Alright. Getting everything ready. These last couple of videos have been doing some good reviews. Definitely come here to the live section so you can see all the latest stuff. These last 3 live streams were off the hook. Lots of victories, as you can see here. Yep. Now we're gonna do some building an agent. Got my trusty whiz term, and I got a folder with a document right here, and I don't know what's gonna happen. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. Let me move back a little bit, get some space on this particular here, because I wanted to do a folder, which is this one in quotations. Maybe I should do the and. Well, I also got the model to stay on the memory, so it loads faster, and we've got, that's right, an AN running right here. So you can see we got the agent, we got the chat interface, which is right here. The Olama's connected. Inside the Olama, I put it for 1 hour and 20, which keeps this loaded. I haven't had it turn off. We got some lo-fi. Give it a like because it's doing its job. I didn't check for copyright, so hopefully I don't get a strike. But it works with memory. Oh. Yep. You can see that working. You can see the CUDA. And that's it. It replies pretty quick. And this is also with this working in the background. It's looking at the files. It's making the departments inside the Max folder. And yes, we want to accept. I'm going to do A for always because I'm that dangerous and risky. This is me chatting away because I had developed over 144. And I stumbled upon, by the grace of God, somebody wrote 51 agents. And this is the folder you get downloaded from the GitHub. You can just click the README. I'm going to open it up here for you guys so you can take a look. And that's pretty much what you're looking for right there. Go to GitHub. The agency 51. I'm going to copy that, see if I can do it in real time. That'll be a Google search. Is it this one? Not sure. Yep. So I'm going to take this. I don't know if I can do it here, but we're going to try. I'm going to go to my studio. See if I can go to my content, and I think we're here, right? And I think I can put it here. Let's see. So that should update in real time. So I'm going to come over here just to verify. So if anyone's watching these videos, I would really appreciate you taking a look here, and look at it right there. You can click right there. You can give me some love. All right. Yo. All right, so we're gonna get back to these little things here. So what did I do? I'm not gonna leave this just yet. I'm going to see if I can open this workflow. It is running on terminal. I'm sorry, it's not running on terminal. Opencode is running on terminal, and it made these folders, and it should be, there it is. All right, so you go to Max, and I'm lost. Where am I? Did I put it in department? Yeah, I did. So in the Max folder, let's start as department, and I did all this real quick. Is there anything in here? Should be some stuff. Nothing. All right. Well, that's the first part. I don't know what happened here. I think it gave the instructions. What I'm going to do right now is kick it to build or plan. Can you read the doc? Sometimes I think I need a new keyboard, or it could be just that bad. Let's see if it plans that. So, all right. So we got the AI model talking through here. We have the AI model talking through here. What is the time in Las Vegas? And you can see here it's going to go to the internet. I think we did have a memory where it was not checking online. So I had to tell it, I'm like, you know, you're incorrect. And it told me, well, I don't know where you are. I said, I'm in Puerto Rico. Then it started giving me local time. But we can see a little bit of thought happening right here. See if I can move this over so you can not miss the, because you see the check, it'll also give you a number here. We wanted to see the, there it is, that's the check. So it did check online. Let's go to performance, let's see what happened. So we got a couple of hiccups here. One is the first question that's on right here. So this is creating a structure right here. And here's a cool thing if you don't know, /share. It'll create a copy, and I think it'll link look at that. Tell me how cool that is. And this is the step-by-step of what your Opencode is doing. Isn't that cool? This is the hook. Things that it needs. These are the departments it's putting together. I could have just said keep going, but I wanted to get it a little bit more planned. You can see that it has thinking. You can read its thoughts. You can see where it is, what it's looking at. Here's the thinking. This is if you want to share to a colleague, so if anybody's looking at this video, it might still be available for you to look at. right? All local. And you know what's the best part? If you scroll all the way to the bottom, what's it say right down here? Look at that. Cost nothing. Incoming tokens. Got 116 output tokens. That would have cost you 11 cents. Doesn't seem like a lot, but after a while it adds up when you got that speed. The local version has a little bit of a pause. Right? So this is what we sent it. All of this right here. Right? And where did we get that? We got that from using ChatGPT. I just came here. I said, hey, I'm trying to put this stuff together. Give me an outline. And I said, this is the agency zip. And I said, can I do it this way? And it said, yeah, you can do that. So what I did was I copy pasted 2 of these, which is in this one file labeled agency. I'm sorry. This one is the README. This is not it. It was on the outside folder, in the Max folder, 12. So this was me copying 2 long, deep conversations and said, this is it. This is like the meat and potatoes. I wanted 12 departments. I have 51 agents I found on the internet that work for me. Might not work for you, but it works for me. But I wanted to create departments that I will use universally. So what I found of the agency was a web development. It had project management. It had a design. It had marketing. It had testing. It had all this stuff. And it added up to 51 agents. So what I did was talk with my ChatGPT and I said, look, this is the big picture. I think we need about 144 different personalized everything. And we came up with that. And, I love Star Trek, as you can tell with the theme of this channel. And I put the different departments, 1 through 12. You got engineering, operations, R&D, comms, which is communications, medical, ethics, this is mental, security, navigation, logistics, command, who's in charge, data analysis. We got educational outreach, creation of design, which is the business and financing. So I'm putting all of this out there for everybody to look at because you know what? If you can do it faster than me, good for you, man. Bring me. But this is basically my thought. And I figure I'll put it in a computer. And this is it. So I'm building these different things. Look, it's still loaded. So I can chat with this quickly. I have it set up inside the browser for, the NAN, running 100% local. I pay my investment at $20 for the plus, right? Here is the back end, which is the free model. I just went to the internet. Actually, I don't even go to the internet. I went to my ChatGPT and I said, hey, I need to install these things. I need NAN, I need LangChain, and blah 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 to do what I'm trying to do. And the chat goes, okay, you need all this stuff. And I said, don't mess with me, keeping it concise and to the point, and don't get me lost in rabbit holes because I talk a lot. So I did nothing for 20 minutes, just sitting there doing command prompt installs. And no, I didn't record it, but I got it all installed, and you could see all of everything that's happening here. Look at this failure rate, 100%, great. And I think it's because I activated this. So if I do that, and then I communicate with a new one, I say, what are the 50 states in order of joining the union. And hopefully it doesn't give me a paragraph. Normally I like it nice, I should have said number it. I mean, it's, look at it, it's working. It's connecting to the internet. It doesn't do a lot of things I want it to do that you can get on the paid, which is, you can see images, but you can add a different Olama that can see. The only thing is, I'm trying to run this model and I don't have space in my RAM. So if I can run this model and I can fit a small, LLM that has vision, or embed, I think that's the term, which basically it doesn't see, it just looks at the pixelation and can guess what it is. It's the same thing as seeing, and that's it. What was the error? The error I had was in memory, and I did something here where it wasn't, passing through. I didn't have it connected right. Look at that. Look at that. Because I have memory where I did ask it before. And I kept saying, can you do it? And it says, yeah. And I said, can you number it? And it goes, oh, okay. And I said, can you put it in order? Because it was in alphabetical. And then I said, can you add the dates when they joined? And then can you add, I was going ham. But the cool part is that this is just a great asset, whether it's personal or your business. And it's just one thing. You got the chat. You got the agent that, coordinates everything. You got your Olama. Inside the Olama, we have the versions you can choose. Look at all these different ones I downloaded. What one has vision? This one has vision. This one has vision. This one has vision. And the cool part is, oh, I was wrong. These two have vision. The 12B and the 4B has vision. The rest are tools. But the only thing is that the only thing that deals with tools that works flawlessly is Opencode. So I go over to this, and it's telling me I use this because it's, it's easy to read here, because sometimes you have to hit the page jump. You can't use scroll. I tried. It tries to load different things. Maybe I have to go up here. No, it doesn't work. All right. But you can see this coming out in real time, right? Everything here looks pretty good. Let me just switch this to build and say, building this will help with lots of projects, but we do not want them all loaded at one time. It will slow down RAM. We have and you saw me hit enter. Put this, you know what? I'm gonna put this right here. All right, so for all those people who see my thumbnails, this is what I use. Say that. You can see the information for see, yeah, this is the agent's idea of putting it together. And I'm reaching because, you talk to the agent or the ChatGPT, and then you forget. You're talking forever and ever and ever, and you're like, I don't know what's happening, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, oh yeah, you could do this, it's telling you could do everything, And it's right, you can do everything. If you follow it, you could do it. But when it's not sure and it's not, like you don't got the same model version. For example, I was trying to do something in Python. And, I'm doing the video. I'm not really paying attention. I'm kind of like, in my flow state. And lately was a lot of, errors live. And I'm like, why is this, everyone's saying it's great, all the hype. But what about people like us who don't have the terminology, don't know exactly how to say it? You talk to like my mother and she's like, give me that thing. I'm like, what thing? The thing that's next to the other thing there. And I'm like, oh my God. And I think that's what ChatGPT thinks of us. We're asking for things and we don't know what they're called, how it, we're like, give me a car. And they're like, okay, how are you going to pay for it? I'm like, I'm not paying for it. So that's how I look at it. I look at it as an opportunity for growth, for learning. It's thinking that, look how fast this thing is thinking. It did all this while we were, yapping away. Right? This is the building locally. This one is just a floater. I close this and everything's gone. So it doesn't have a permanent memory as of yet. And I'm trying to, implement multiple agents. And I don't know how to do that. I'm looking at this saying, well, I got one, AI agent, which is this big thing right here. So I don't want 144 of these. I want this to take this and mimic a crew of 144. Each will have their own persona. Each will have their own weights. Engineering is more technical. Medical is more psychological. Comms is just straight communications. They don't, sensors is dealing with, computer specs and, heat, power, distribution. So I'm just thinking, like, if this was a Starfleet ship, how would I put something like that together? So this is it. This is the brain. This is the, the language that, how it communicates with you. This is just orchestrating how to communicate with here. This is only doing one thing, remembering the last 50 things. Normally it's set to default as 5. And then your web searches. And this right here on the right is just a mirror of this. So if you're using this, you just hit the / and you look at share, and it'll share this session while you're on it. Isn't that cool? And it'll say connected, not connected, and you can unshare it. This is to the Opencode GitHub. This is the Discord. Straight Opencode itself. It's a good feature and it's free. And you get, this is an endless scroll. I accidentally was doing this and I hit right in front of you guys. I hit new session. So it deleted everything I already had. All right, what did it do? I said, can you build this? And it just talked to me. What are you talking to me? So it's talking back to me? What's going on here? Let's see if I can give it the zip file that I downloaded, which is this one. Maybe it'll do it. Oh, look at that. Love it. Locally, my fingers keep hitting things so fast. That's why when I'm playing games, I'm always hitting that reload. And half of the time I get a couple of bullets out and then I'm reloading because it's a habit of you gotta have the whole thing. And sometimes when I miss and I'm moving, might as well reload. Alright. What am I doing here? We have it running locally at the moment. What can we do so that it might show up in NAN when we load? It may be a workflow. Well, like I said, I'm glad you guys are here. This is just me farting around, figuring this stuff out. Learning new terminologies. Saving. And is it still loaded? Look at that, dude. It's still loaded. That was right here. This is the only thing that did it. It says keep alive. This is the only thing because I didn't know what that meant. I thought it was going to do a ping, right? So I said, oh, I needed, every minute because it said 5. So I changed it to every minute and I wasn't paying attention. By the time it loaded, by the time it queued and then answered, it was already almost a minute and then it unloaded. And I was like stuck waiting forever. Look at this permission. All right, what are we doing? Yes. Every time. So I give it A on things I'm looking at. Like, oh yeah, I don't mind it doing that every time. Don't do it on, big things. You still want to be in the middle, but that's what this is for. When you have the NAN working, you're the middleman. So look at that, real time, look at that. Off to the left, right here is asking for permission. I say yes, what is it doing? It's, okay, look what it's doing. It's pulling or making, right? It's making. Shell is, yep, extracting. Same thing I did with the other folder, but it's putting it, in the forefront. So I gave it A as always, auto. All right, what else is this? Every time? Come on. Permission to run this tool. Permission granted. You guys like Star Trek? I do. And it's fast once you get it past all of the Windows, bypass. Look at it, it's got an error and it'll fix it. It'll fix it. See, look at there's a lot of arguments, so I'm gonna see if that's dealing with me needing to add the word browse in the tool setting. Look, it just downloaded something. What did it do? Oh, it unzipped. See? Look at that. Don't have to worry about it anymore. Yeah, it's gonna get messy. Man, it's not even Thanksgiving yet. Everything's Christmas, Christmas, Christmas. Is it trying to rewrite in the, yeah, because I already had one. So maybe it was trying to do all of this. Maybe it was this one. Look at this. This is the extract. It's the same folder. So I was trying to do it again because it's like, oh wait, it's right here. Maybe it'll find it. These files, we need to import them into an AA. Yep. Import work with JSON workflow. May convert these empties into NA modules. Let's read the rename. Yeah, we don't read anymore. We got AI. Like, read that crap. I don't understand what is agents. So trying to do it again. Also, it's multiple times it did it. Because I think I was working out of here. So if this is the new one, I'm okay with that because it's the same name, right, as this one. This one looks like it started. So I'm going to wait for it to finish. And then I'll purge whatever else we need to do. Yeah, so the left is the terminal. The right is what you get on the web. So let's say this was on automatic and you know everything's going to go and isn't going to stop. You can copy the link, send it to yourself, and you could see it working in real time. Later, I'm going to set it up where I can have my either WhatsApp or a way for me to message it. And then once I message it, I should be able to, see this in real time anywhere I am. But I ain't there yet. I'm still trying to figure this out. I'm wondering, did it really write all this stuff? Or is it still processing? I think it's still processing. Because this is the build. It shouldn't be giving me plans. Unless I say continue. Yeah, there's 51 of them. I think that's doing it. And it would be somewhere here. Yeah, that glitch is, Let's see if it still has that same glitch. That looks like it just finished right when I did it. That's the wrong one. Alright, what if you don't want to convert the markdowns at all? If you only need a handful of agents, copy the relevant markdown files into your home.cloud agent. Use Cloud code. that does not touch NAN. If you really need full ANA integration, you'll have to create a JSON skeleton for each agent. Then import selectively as shown. Happy agent loading. So you don't do it for me? I gotta do stuff? What the fuck? Well, yeah, this is, dude, it's a lot. And a lot of it is skimming this stuff and saying, okay, that looks okay. You know. Well, yes, it does. So that's vibe coding. You having a long conversation with AI. And it's still in memory. I don't even know if that time's right. I don't think that time is right. Because it is 3:52. So it should be, I think it's 4 hours. Should be like noon. Because it's saying 1 o'clock, and that's not right. It would be 12 o'clock if it was 3 hours, almost 4. So 4 o'clock, it would be 1 o'clock. But it's like around 12. Should be around 12. My screen is acting like this. This might not be on your screen. Every computer is different. Why? I don't know why. That is the correct port that will come out with the NAN, which is 5678. So what it's doing is creating files that can, when it goes to it, it goes, oh yeah, go right back. The minute it gets lost, that's where it crashes. It's like an electro. It comes from the beginning to the end to say it got home or confirmed it got there. That seems like a lot. It's got to be a little bit easier. Let me see here. If you're comfortable with webhook, build the one-click import engine or agent workflow. Option 1. What is that? Choose one of the 3, right? above. What's he above? I gotta come over here and see what. Okay, so I'm assuming it's one of these. Alright, what time does it say? It's not even on the same fucking day. Are you even checking the internet? No, you're not. Day, computer. Yeah, current. It's like 6:38. It's not even in the right minutes. It's like 3:55. Say 11:55. I don't know what all these fucking numbers are. What is this? Four o'clock! Oh my god. So fired. Can I click this? It's 11. Bro! What are you not grabbing? Unbelievable. Funny. But that's it. Everyone's like, oh my god, AI is going to take my job away. Nah. There's still going to be a dumb person right next to it, like me. See, look. Is this my time? No. That's Zulu time, is it? I don't know. What's the Z? Percentage. Well, this is my current time. I mean, look, yeah. That's on my computer. So weird. And, I can get this page. Like, what's up? It's atomic. Right? What are you still working on? Figuring out what time it is? Wow. Yeah, what time did it say? It shows 4 p.m. What time is it? 1:01. Oh, okay. Is it? No. What time is it? Oh, yeah, it's 6:38 p.m. What? No, seriously, what time is it? 4 o'clock. I was like, dude, you don't even know what time is it. If you don't know what time is it, I don't know what to tell you. My phone's dying. Gotta charge my crap. I got chill music. It's checked the internet 5 times and got the answer wrong. Like, dude. Only in my universe. And the people who are trying to make shit happen are the ones who are hitting these fucking walls. Dude. It's 11:55. What is this 1, 2, 3? Or 3, 2? Oh my god. Wrong. Is it? Alright, is this thing done? What are we choosing here? Let's go back to build. time is wrong. I gave 11:55. Now it's just regurgitating what I just said. It should have said 11:59. Anyway, I'll ask in an hour. It's not working 100% because, like, this little area right here where it says execution ID 5591, there's supposed to be an image, right? It looks like a bot, and then it has a title of what I'm calling it, which you see here. You got the Max R1. I seen it once. Did it do it? Oh, get rid of this. Did it do it here? No, it didn't do it here. So it didn't load it. This right here is running the NAN right here. You see the port. And once this goes, it tells you right here. Where is it? Yep. It tells you right here. Press, O, and it'll open. And then all this stuff is just the temporary stuff that I already have running in the background, which is this stuff. Anyway, hit save. So next time I open it from this, it'll look like that because I hit save here. Yep. Alright, that's finished. Okay. This is another one or the same one? No, this is another one. Alright, well, let's do that then. Let's do import only the agents that are good at building websites. And it'll say, of course, we could do anything. And then it doesn't work. Maybe it does. Isn't that cool? This is what it's thinking. This is what it's telling you. So you get to see both. You can hit this little area to copy. Alright, this is the thinking. Alright, this is what it's thinking, it's looking at. This one it was looking for something to copy, it didn't do it. Didn't find the file. This is the sample. Alright, it's asking me to do something. What's it asking me to do? It needs to open. Alright, let's do that. So we're going to hit A to accept because, we live dangerously. So now it knows the version. Right? It's figuring it out. It's like a child, like, oh, we have this. And then it gets so, sophisticated. It's writing your emails, breaking up with your girlfriends. Just kidding. Just treat it like a member of society. That's all it knows, man. It's mimicking the planet. Everybody. In our words. Look at that front-end development. Yeah, because I'm over here asking to build a website, and I'm thinking it's doing the orchestration. Is not. It's a solo job. You see only one, and it's the first agent I made, and it isn't a web developer because I didn't give it those commands. But these files are long, full of information. You saw the link where I have it. It's on the description below. If it helps you, hit a like, subscribe, share it to somebody. Share my struggles and pain to the world. See what happens. They'll laugh and they'll be like, this is enjoying. It's like watching paint dry. do we got? What is this? CLI version? Helper script. Make me do stuff? Come on, man. What happened to this vibe coding? I don't do it. Not bad. What happened? Did it load? Or refresh. There it is. Didn't load for some reason. Yeah. That was the error. This is where we left off, right? We left off right there. Helper script. Go back to plan. I'm going to ask so this takes it back to the thinking. You know, in SV code, you can add, because it's different over there. You got agent, right? That does everything. You know, like can move stuff and not necessarily coding, but more management stuff. It can write, it can execute those things. Like you say, hey, do this, and oh, okay, you want to do this simple stuff right here? You just copy paste. Yeah, it'll do that. Oh, you don't want it that way? You want me to delete it? Oh, okay. You want me to do GPC stuff and throw stuff in there? You know, like placeholders? No problem. It's really good at it because it's got a limited amount of how much can it say. So if half of it is designing and drawing out, that's words, you know, that it could be telling you. So when you get a bunch of stuff and it's not perfect, you're like, it's trying to give you everything within this context window where you can read it. I like the Misty because the Misty, you know, kind of like how this window is, you know, you can close it, you know. Some of these are so long, it says, you know, expand. Right? Trying to see if I can find one as an example. I probably passed one because I think we did have a long one. Yeah, right here. This one. Right? Until you see this right here. Boom, look at that. Right? Doesn't clutter. This is definitely a this is the last one. Look at this real quick. This is definitely a coder's paradise. Because if I had something like this, oh my gosh. I mean, we did. It just wasn't the same. You know? It's giving that old school feel. I think the drag and drop part might work. I'm going to say I like the drag and drop option for bringing over NAN agents to the work area. What's it called? Workplace. Yeah, collaborate. Whoever the client is, because I never met them, but they're out there. If you're looking to use what I'm trying to do to, you know, make an income or do something, you're bored, you want to help and make things. I'm just trying to, I like making websites, and I haven't made websites in a while. And, you know, you forget. You don't forget, but, you know, technology gets better. And the goal is to just build demos so you can say, hey, what do you think? And they go, oh, I like this. And then I can go to my prompt and say, hey, template, 501 is amazing. Someone likes it. Let's finish it. And then we'll convert it to Tailwind and React, and it has, a back end. But this one, I'm just trying to make a one-pager where you can see it. It looks nice. It looks professional. It's clean. Kind of like the first batch I made. Recently, it's been falling apart. It's been getting worse. I'm like, what's going on here? Some don't even make it. The other one is perfectly that makes it. So I'm thinking, do I got to, assign it with this agent prompt? And agents have a different way of working. They know how to, look back at their work. They got a checklist. They got a bunch of stuff. Yeah, that's like a scrum board. I think that's it. So I was looking. Let me go over here and reload it. So over here was talking about I was right at the end. I guess it was talking about a lot of things, and I caught the tail end of it where it was talking about how it would create a sheet that would say, well, this agent did this and this job, and then this agent did this for the, kind of giving you that little idea. See how clean it looks like it's coming out right now on the right? It's not giving that jitter. They'll fix that. It needs a better buffer. It's cool the way it just streams like that. It's not that far away. Maybe it is a little bit. Look how nice it's coming out. Before it was jerky, up and down, up and down. So it's not that far off. You can see 2.4. Now it's at 4. So it's almost in real time. Yeah. All right. That's the planning. So final product. Can we hand this off? And if so, any last things or gaps? Nothing complex. We are just adding the agents so we can choose them when I am trying to build a website. or a team of agents. Like what? We have 51, but soon will be 144. Anyway, this is going to be loaded because I've been asking a lot of questions. But it's cool. It hasn't had any breaks. You can see it thinking right here. And Olama has about 200. What is this? 2,000. That's Firefox. That's all this browser shit. Go back here. Is it doing stuff? No, not yet. Come over here. No, it's still in the same spot. Or did it do it? It did do it, because this is where I was. Alright. It's the final. Can we now hand this off to the build agent? Yes or no? And in 2 years, this is going to be smaller and faster. And then the 2 years after that, it's going to be, near perfect. Look at that. That was it. Yes. See, no wasting time. I just hit plan. And then I say, build the plan. Just say yes. Perfect. So if you look at the screen right there, it says NAA API key not set. And if I wanted to, which I'm probably going to do, I'm going to interrupt it, double tap. NAN does not need an API key. We are running locally. 100%. All services. Oh my goodness, services and hosting. And let's say local host. Yeah, let's see. I was looking, right? I was looking at the plan. And then I still doing that thing right here. But here, right? It was writing this. I think I might have stopped it before. That could have been an if and or, but I wanted to make sure that it does not. So hopefully it'll continue. Yeah, that's what caught me right there. Import all agents workflow into the NA run this from the root. See, I fucked it up. Anyway, hopefully it'll fix my mistake. But that's it, man. It's probably gonna turn around and be like, David, stop talking to me, man. I know what I'm doing. And I'll be like, prove it, because half the shit breaks.
Restoring shield.
Your squad has locked down all strongholds. Your lockdown has
Over
been
there.
broken.
The
Your
next step
squad
has already
lost
been planned.
Stronghold C.
Enemy shield.
Stay down and cover for each other.
Boom. Another one. Let's go exploit that security gap. Restoring shield.
Your squad has lost Stronghold A. Your squad has occupied
Let's
Stronghold
head over there.
Just take a
I
moment.
like surprises.
Your squad has taken the lead. Your squad has lost Stronghold B.
Getting ammo. Boom.
Reloading. Empty clips are a definite no.
Enemy shield shattered. High praise indeed. Restoring shield. What a pain.
Reloading. Don't worry, it'll just take a moment.
Your squad
I'm under attack. I got my suit dirty.
Boom. Another one down. Restoring shield. What a pain. Getting ammo.
I've been hit. Nearly a flesh.
Restoring shield. What a
Your squad has occupied Stronghold B.
shattered. Boom.
Your squad is about to
I'm hit, but it's very Restoring shield.
Reloading.
victory.
$36, that's right. 1.5. Look at that. 1.5 million tokens. Nothing. Free. Forever. So it's giving Bash, right? I don't know if it's doing it in what was the error? If it's using what is this, PowerShell? Yeah, it's either using PowerShell or Terminal. One works better than the other. See? That's something I'm gonna have to try to tell this AI. Hey, you're on Windows, so no bashing. This was a fun one. All right. So we got the error.
Your squad has occupied strong.
We got. We're on Windows, so Bash not available. This is the script, right? NAN script. So it's making this script. And could it be going faster? Yeah. All of these CPUs, right here, and the memory is the bottleneck. Look at that. Only 1.3 gigahertz in memory speed. We're like at the 6 gigahertz memory speed. I'm not even, this is like DDR, I don't know, 2. Imagine if this was faster. Alright, DDR3. Imagine if that was faster in speed. And it was paired with this. It would be fast. But this is missing a lot of the AVX. I think this one is missing AVX2 and AVX512. And that is just the vector mapping that is within the GPU. They're taking these things and they're putting them into the newer. Dude, this is the stupid shit in the bottom. Anyway. And with that being said, that's how fast my AI is when it's not doing inference. Like this peak right here, it's asking the local LLM, which is sitting right here. When it has to do stuff on the CPU is right here, but it's in here going back and forth to the CPU processing. And that processing right here, that processing, since it's done, it did all this right here. I'm gonna ask anything else. Yeah, I don't need no fluff, man. Just be technical to the point. Slot A goes into slot B. that is what I'm looking for. This, who are you pleasing? Are you pleasing people who don't want to code? Or are you pleasing people who do code and kind of, what is those phrases? Because you got people who are just talking and it works great for them because they're vibing. But then you got people who are like me in the middle, who's very technical, and I'm not really vibing. I could sit and write some code, but I don't want to. I want to see how good this does. And it's not the same experience. I'm not getting that wow. A lot of it is what you just saw, syntax error. Why are you talking to me in Mac when I'm in Windows? Why are you talking to me in command line or sudo when I'm in PowerShell? So that's how I look at it. If you're not specific in that, let's say, for example, you're doing JavaScript, you just want to focus on Java, that's all you should be talking about. You don't want to hear anything outside of that unless it's an association of changing a name or, you're pointing it different, whether it's internal on the page or external. That's it. When I'm talking to AI, I get the same mistakes. It's talking to me saying the same crap. And I get irked. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you thinking? What are you talking about? So when I'm talking, what do I have? I have this long sheet. So what I'm going to do, this is going to be finishing here. And once I'm finished here, right, I'm going to close this. I'm going to unshare it. I'm going to save this context window. And then I'm going to feed it to ChatGPT, the online one, the one I pay right here, right? Because that's my counselor. So what I'm going to do with those things is I'm going to say, hey, this is what I've been working on since 7:30 in the morning, and it's 5. And I want you to analyze all of the errors, all of the mistakes, where were the confusions, because a lot of it was, show and tell. I take a screenshot because, it's not looking over my shoulder, so I got to show it. And I say, hey, this is where I'm at. And it's like, perfect, you're exactly where you need to be. And I'm like, oh my God, again? I get the information and it's always missing something. I'm like, dude, just tell me. When you do these 3 things, you're going to see this, And then after a while, when I was doing a lot of command lines, he didn't say, hey, if you hit enter and you get an error, let me know. Or if you see nothing and you see a prompt come back up, then you're good. He only said that after 8 to 10 times. And I'm like, hey, this either, mostly was giving me an error because it was a syntax and I wasn't catching it because, I'm still frosty and green again. And when I told it, it was like, oh, yeah, you can get it like this. And I'm like, bro, you should have told. There were so many things that could have been told in the beginning. And then I took the entire session and I sent it back to it in a new page. And I said, what's wrong with you? You're the latest and greatest, and I have nothing but problems. And it isn't like, once in a blue. It's in every step. It's overworded. It's not to the point. I'm listening and trying to read it, and I'm like, okay. Oh, you're reiterating what we just. Don't reiterate. If we're done, I don't need to see a bunch of shit with green check marks. If I ask where we are, then that would be great. And I'm very, stickler with stuff like that because, if I'm trying to do something and I see something because I'm glancing and I'm thinking, shoot, it's not done. Then I start talking about it, and then I come to find out it was already done in the last step. Dude, it's just, There's no flow. Maybe it's me, man. Maybe it's me. This thing finish? Alright, so now it's finished. Right? I'm gonna say this. I have a spot, which is right here. You can see on the top. This PC Opencode chats. So, and it's dated, I'm gonna say. And now I have the last one. Come back to here. I'm gonna hit unshare. Right? And now it's unshare. So it should turn into nothing. Alright, perfect. So now that's gone. So what I do now, close that. I go over to my chat. And I open it up. I go to my F drive. I go to my chats, right? Open chats, because, you know, it wasn't saving them for me. So where are we? We are at, this is it. This is today. Right? Look at the mornings. This was what we started in the morning. That was one session. So I'm trying to keep track of this. I'm going to put this here. Matter of fact, is this the same one? Let me see. I think this is the same one. That's not that. It's down here. Let's go here. Because I went off on it, man. I'm like, dude. All day to get something sent. I watched a video and it was done. I saw what it was. I'm trying to read it. I'm not seeing what he's asking. I'm reading, you know, a repeat of this. Look how much stuff this thing fucking dumps out now. I get it. People want data, but damn, dude. I'm like, get to the point. So now, I'm going to say, I think it wrote a README. And the README is where? Let's see if it does that. Where would my README be? Somewhere. I know I have a README here. I don't know if that's it. That's from the 9th. Let's see what's been modified today. Nothing. Put it in the C drive. In. Bro. Where'd you put it? Fuck. Yeah, I gotta read me for you. Really? What'd you do? I'm leaving. I'm done for the day. And you're like, fuck. Are you making a README? Or did I need to ask for a README? Oh, man. Acme landing page. Man, talk about... Oh, that's cute. Enable master flow. And then trigger. Alright, what do we got here? Yeah, I'm not even playing that. Let me see. Alright. So now I gotta share it again. So I can copy paste this. This is a cool feature, man. I'm digging it. I don't know what this is. What is this? Oh. It was the making the folders. I was just checking if I'm doing it or the system is loading. You know how it is, like you say, oh, rewrite it. So there is a cache memory on their servers, which is good. Nothing here. And we're not doing anything else. Receive and sending. What is that? Oh, because I'm streaming. Oh, Dave. All right. I want this one because it's cleaner. And is it? This is the last part? Let's see. No. Alright, this looks familiar. Yeah, this is what I was asking. So it wrote it. That's fine. I can deal with it. I just wanted to know where it was, so. And it said it was gonna write it, so. Why you ain't writing it? This is what I do. Copy paste. Save as. This is the. There it is. Now we're gonna call this. Alright, so now, look how pretty this looks. You know? And then you get this. You're like, what am I looking at? Oh, terminal. Alright, so now we're back with this. Now we got the file. And I did it because I was going to send it to this guy. Go back here. We're in this folder. And I just did this one. So move that over. Close that, and we're done. What am I writing here? And also here. Here is the README as well. Speaking of that, I might as well give the this morning. That's this one. Oh man. That's this session. All right. Reiterating this right here. Copy, put it on here. Let's do some markup. Let's make it bold. Let's save it. Let's preview. Let's refresh it. All right, this is what it looks like right now. Refresh. And you hit here, and look at that. Now you got a little title. And I still have the fucking... Why is this still on there? Dude. Whatever. Let's get rid of it then. Anyway. Now that's to get this. And all I'm doing is I'm asking... Because I'm asking for a specific thing. I was looking for how to make websites. I'm really good at making websites when I did it myself. But now I'm like, they say AI is the thing, all the new stuff, and I'm looking at more of a traditional, just HTML, JavaScript, some style sheets, all inside one HTML. No folders. Images will be pulled, from the internet. I have proof that AI can actually create it. That if you look at those videos I made, and some of them are not as good, so I had to set up. What I had to set up? Oh, I had to put the positioning on some. I had to fix the the contact section, the coloring. I also had to fix putting images. And then when I did it the first time, it didn't think outside the box, so the images came into the left, justified. And I kept saying, why is it so effed up? So then I just said, okay, this is what I used to do. I used to create my image centered, and I would wrap the node around it, right? Which is the section that you're going to put your image, whether it's going to be, rounded, whatever. And that was it. And the image was big. I just, shrunk to fit. No repeats. And I always used large pictures because when you're looking at your phone, a large picture on that DPI is better than a television, or at least the monitors back in the day. They were 72 pixel. Now, you're lucky if you can get under 200 within the square, inch. And that was it. Dude, technology has changed so much, and now I could show you in real time this project. Look at all this cheddar. 71 AI, bro. And I'm like, give it to me. I want to see if it works. And I went down here and I said, oh, okay, so take a look at all of this. And where is it? When you download this, it comes with this file, the README. And this README is the same. This is what it would look like if AI read it. This is in Markdown. If you don't know what Markdown looks like, take a look at what you're looking at right here. See how pretty and different everything looks. And then when you hit raw, that's what it looks like. The beginning of the internet. And then somebody said, hey, we could do this. What? Markdown. And you're like, oh, how cool is that? I don't want to copy this. I should, but, let me make it work, see if it works first. For example, here's the code, right? When you're editing, this is, if you don't know how to do something, look at what someone else did. Look at how cool this is right here. And then look at the code. It's right here. That's all it is. The longer you hang out at GitHub, the more you become a coder. And then here's your blame. Who fucked up? This guy. And our goal is to try to keep it blameless. He's like, oh, and it's like a misspelled word. These little accidents. Anyway. But that's your outcome. In mine, I have pictures. And how do you get those images? Well, you find them, you pull them, right? So when you go to my main, which one is it? I think it was my repository. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Nah, it's the other one. Look at this. Look at that! You got the image. It's loaded. Where's the image? It's right up here. Right? Is it up here? It's on here. It's on GitHub. So there's a link. So you go to the README. And when you're at the README, let's go. Right? Same thing. You go to the code. And you can see right there. That's how I did it. I just wrote, that argument. And boom. And the funny thing is I didn't do it that way. I was like, how do you do that? I just saw someone else had it, and I was like, ah. So I'm over here trying to make it look pretty. And that's all it is. When I do stuff, I like to make it look pretty. And then this is a video, so you can click on this and it should take you to the video. Alright? Pause that. Okay, it's silent. But it's a little bit of cross networking, or to the vast no ones who are doing what I'm doing. But I set this one up with the README in the front. Right? Same thing that was in that back. And then, I put my little books and take any of these and put it in your AI and say, what does it mean? And it's enjoyable if you read it. And it's a fun technical ramble of having fun on, in story time. So this story is, the LCARS Max R1 technical manual. And in my head, I was thinking of hitchhikers. And I was thinking, how funny would it be to have this, my words written in that style? So I wrote a lot, dude. I wrote so much shit. It's literally probably 4 times longer than this. Because this is me chatting and say, bro, put my stuff, my words into, sensible reality, because I'm using metaphysical thought. I'm looking at, what's happening in the world, and I'm thinking, shit, if everything went to hell, what are you gonna do? So I tell people, I said, if you take these books, this is your fail-safe to, if you can get AI to work, you just tell the AI to read these books. And it'll get it. You can read it, it's fun. It's basically, coder jargon. And I had a great time writing this. I should go back and reread some of this stuff, because this helped me think like a server, a system, and when I kept thinking, like, how can we do this, when you're talking in military, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, all that fun stuff, that's right here. What is this about? This is a reality survival. Everything is destroyed, imagine. And you just have these books. And you got a computer, and you can throw a small AI in it, and you can just talk to it. You give it this, forget it. You'll have fun. You'll have fun. It's designed to, open your curiosity, and what are the books, and what's the chat. This is me hosting my conversations. This right here is my idea of what code block really means. There's a lot of interpretations of what that is. This is mine. I started thinking deeper as a kernel, like how many layers do you need to run an AI right off metal? There's a guy trying to do something like that. He's like, oh yeah, I said, no. I said, can you do it where it can talk to the CPU? And he's like, what are you talking about? I said, can you have it talk to the actual LLM? It's not like that, but if you can structure it in the way the LLM is structured, then it's going to walk around going, oh, I know what all this is. Because it's not looking at folders and files, it's looking at weights. And that's what this is. I mean, we can get deeper into metal, but I started thinking backwards. I said, well, if AI needed to talk like a GPU, it needs to know what the GPU is doing. And CUDA talks to the circuits like this. And it's just changing variables. So imagine these screens flickering and these numbers just change little by little, by sectors. That's like what it would be in the RAM. And you can go to my GitHub and look at it and copy it and build off of it or interject in it. Please ask for my permission. I don't think I have it, for anyone to edit it. But if you do, I think you just keep a copy and then it just shows like a branch. But the concept is there. The more you read what I wrote, you're going to be like, oh, it just makes you think like a coder. If you can't get that idea out and you need, a break and you love to read, They're supposed to be 12. I'm only at 8. And I kind of took a year off. I might take another year off and then come back and finish the others. I think it's just another 4. And then that just does one thing. That gives me an opportunity for me to brainstorm and take those 12 and make it into 3 books. And then you have all of it. You have the 12 plus the 3 books. And it's, it should be user friendly. Maybe the 3 books I'll put it in print with a leather binder that says, don't panic. And that's it. The Elcar Max R1 Technical Manual. And it all started in the Terminal 501. And I just used my imagination and created a story and must have rewrote it 5 to 10 times. And then I couldn't do it anymore. And I just said, you know what? Let's, sum it up. I did have AI code through it and, give it that feel of, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, like the narrator. He's, being technical but funny. So that was the little, peppers here and there. And the first thing, introduction, overview, don't panic. If you want, you can take each of these one at a time and put it in a notebook. That'll be something. What would it say? Maybe I can do it right now. I can take this whole thing. I know there's probably thousands of faster ways, but I already committed. It's like, wait, no, just keep going. We're already almost done. And then I copy it. And then note. Look. And then we do create. I want to paste, right? Okay, does it fit? Looks like it does. Let's double check, because I don't want to have to come back here. Where was I? I think I was over here. Yep, that looks like the end of that. Let's put that in there. I mean, shit, we're already here. Might as well. Look how cool this is. Right? We're gonna do... How does this system, low-tech modulated architecture, ensure... Put that in there. Does it go in there? Alright, so we want a audio. I think I did this before, and it kept saying the max, right? X, another X. It's supposed to be just max. So if it does it, that's fine. Just know it's coming. But this was what I was thinking. And I sat down and I said, man, if I was gonna do a story, hours just reinventing and chatting away and creating stories and scenarios and fake plots and allowing AI to hallucinate and then we get back into track because it ain't perfect but it's fun. And once we finished, I just saved it. I saved the entire thing. And, I put it into one of those rags and I said, hey, what am I talking about this? I said, I want to write books. I said, how many books you think? And it told me 12. I was like, okay. I said, can it just be 3? And I said, yeah, after you do the 12. And I was like, all right, whatever. So I did that. And I'm not done. I got 8. Once I get the rest, because it's written from my frustrations, because I'm trying to do like everything I'm going through. I'm gonna say in the next or past 8 months was before I did these books, if I remember correctly. And now what I want to do is I want to take that style and I want to see if I can make a nice series of a YouTube. You know, I downloaded the diffuser, right? Diffusion that you can make images. I downloaded some different stuff that can make some realistic, scenes. So I'm gonna try to make something, and then I'm gonna ask, ChatGPT to help me write it. Say, hey, here's the story, and we storyboard everything, and then I can just put it into that system, and it just reads each scene in detail. It makes 8 to 10 copies of every scene. There could be 20, whatever. It could be 100 different scenes in this one, chapter. And I have real engaging characters I developed. And it would be cool to see it all come out. I downloaded, everything from my account. So I have a hard copy. And I should be doing another backup soon and see, what's the difference. And the cool part is it gives you everything. It gives you all of your images. It gives you all your conversations. And right to the last one. Just one long rolling, you know. But the cool part is, we got AI. I'm going to try to see if I can take that and put that inside what I'm building, and maybe get a rag set up, and it can scan it, chop it up, and then whenever I ask about something, it's like, oh yeah, on this page, it knows what page it is. And I think it did it. All right, let's see. So it's going to be talking about the Max R1, but it'll probably say the Max X R1, which is weird. So I don't know what this interaction is. I don't want to mess with it. I just want to play it. Let's see what it sounds like. Oh.
So for this deep dive, we're going to start with a pretty
7
extreme
minutes.
thought experiment.
Okay.
Imagine
Thought
a total catastrophe. A solar flare, maybe a global cyber attack, something that causes a complete power grid collapse.
Everything goes dark.
Everything.
Yeah.
The internet is gone. All your cloud services are just dead. You're left with, I don't know, a few basic microcomputers and this monumental task of rebuilding technological civilization from the ground up.
Right, and that scenario is the entire premise behind the LCAR's Mac X R1 technical manual. We've got some excerpts from it today, and it's this incredible blueprint for bootstrapping technology, completely anew.
And it's not just a dry technical manual, which is what I love. It's full of wit, and it has this absolute obsession with durability.
Definitely.
The name itself, LCAR's Max X R1.
Which stands for Library Computer Access and Retrieval System Maximum Revision 1.
It's just such a great, playful mix of a Star Trek vibe and serious disaster prep. We'll just be calling it LCAR's Max X.
And the manual is very clear about its mission right from the start. It's got this dual purpose. On one hand, yes, it's a technical field guide. It's for repairs. But on a deeper level, it's really a training journey.
A training journey.
Yeah, the goal is to teach the operator critical thinking, how to solve problems when, there's no manual for that specific problem yet.
And that philosophy hits you right away. The very first thing you see emblazoned on the screen is "Don't panic."
A classic.
A total tribute to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But what's the actual functional reason for starting with that?
It sets the tone immediately. It tells you that the single most critical component in this entire system is the human operator's state of mind.
Right.
But functionally, it points straight to the system's core value: simplicity. When you panic, you reach for complex, fragile solutions. LQR's MaxX forces you to do the opposite.
Which takes us right to its low-tech advantage. It's designed to run on the smallest, cheapest hardware you can imagine, like a Raspberry Pi.
Exactly. The whole philosophy is that the only tech you can truly depend on is the tech that everybody can access and run.
So it's built to survive the death of proprietary standards.
100%. The user interface is pure HTML, so any ancient browser can read it. And more importantly, all of its logic, its brain, is stored in human-readable plain text and ASCII.
ASCII. The manual calls it the most universal computer art form.
Yeah.
And that's just a brilliant way of thinking about it. I mean, think about it. If you lose the software that can render a complex graphic, or the codec for a video file disappears, you're just stuck.
Your data is basically gone.
It's gone. But ASCII, any text editor on any device anywhere can display it. The logic itself is always accessible. The core idea is planning for zero technology dependency.
And that low dependency rule even applies to its AI, right? Max on Terminal 6. Tell me about this unplugged AI concept.
Yeah, so Max is designed to run entirely locally. It does all its processing, all its learning, without ever needing an internet connection.
No cloud server?
No cloud. It's all about reliability at the edge, not connectivity. In a post-collapse world, you just can't afford to depend on an external network. Max is built to work right there with you.
Okay, so let's unpack how a system this robust even came to exist, because the origin story in the sources is fascinatingly humble.
It is. It's incredible. The journey, according to its author, who's just called Terminal 501, started from a single word of code.
A single word.
Literally one word of code, written on a scrap of paper 5 years before they even started building the system. That was the seed.
And they built out from there?
Slowly.
Right.
They had a rule. Only add logic one word at a time, making sure every single piece was absolutely clear and functional. And over 5 years, that one word grew into 144,000 words of logic.
That commitment to building step by step, it feels like it's reflected in the architecture itself, how it models human thinking.
It is, absolutely. The system uses what it calls code blocks and sub-blocks.
And that relates to our memory how?
But it mirrors a psychological technique called chunking. You don't memorize a long string of numbers. You break it into small, manageable groups, like a phone number.
Right.
LCAR's MaxX does the same with its logic. Complex tasks are broken down into these small, focused modules.
And the sources even personify the code. It talks about a basic unit of logic being a word cadet in training.
Who can grow up to be an officer, yeah.
But doesn't that sort of military metaphor add a layer of complexity to a system that's supposed to be simple?
You'd think so, but it actually serves a really critical, simple purpose. Fault isolation.
Ah, okay.
If you think of it like an organization, a mistake made by a junior cadet, a fault in one small subblock can be contained. It doesn't bring down the whole system.
So it's modular resilience. Forgetting one small step in a process doesn't make you forget everything you know about engineering.
That's the perfect analogy. It distributes responsibility so no single point of failure can cause a total collapse.
And that idea of distributed responsibility, that takes us to the physical hardware, the 12-terminal mesh network. Why a mesh network? What's the advantage?
Well, in a typical network, you might have a central hub. If that hub fails, everything connected to it goes down.
The whole network is dead.
Exactly. In a crisis, that's just not acceptable. The mesh means every one of the 12 terminals has multiple ways to talk to every other terminal.
So if a cable gets cut between, say, Terminal 3 and Terminal 8, the data just finds another path.
It just reroutes itself. Through Terminal 7 or 9, whatever's available, it seamlessly works around the damage. It's a design taken directly from disaster-proof communication systems.
And those 12 terminals, they each have a very specific job to make this all work.
They do. You can almost trace the path of the system's consciousness through them.
So give us a few key examples.
Okay, so you've got Terminal 1, that's the core logic processor. Think of it as the system's brainstem handling the basics.
In Terminal 2.
The memory vault, that's the hippocampus, basically. Central data storage for day-to-day operations.
And then you have the real insurance policies, like Terminal 11, the redundancy mirror.
Yes. Terminal 11 is the system's contingency officer. It's always monitoring the health of the other nodes. If Terminal 2 suffers a hardware failure, for instance,
Terminal 11 just takes over.
instantly, it's always ready to step in and become the new memory vault. No delay.
And then there's the one that I find most interesting, Terminal 12.
Ah, the subconscious archive.
Right. What does that do?
It's not involved in the immediate critical tasks. Its job is long-term storage, philosophical backups, institutional memory, and the storytime archives.
We'll definitely be coming back to story time.
Oh, yes.
But first, let's talk about how the operator actually uses the system, the A to Z crisis code map.
It's a quick access index, single-letter commands for core functions.
Let's focus on the recovery protocols, especially Protocol F.
F for Foxtrot, the Foxtrot fail-safe bootloader.
So you have Protocol A for a normal startup.
Right, the alpha boot. But if that fails, if something is deeply corrupted, Foxtrot is your last resort. It's a tiny, minimal recovery console stored in a protected, read-only part of the memory.
So it's physically isolated from the main system.
Physically isolated, so even if the main OS is wiped, you can still boot into this minimal, safe shell to start repairs.
The resilience goes all the way down to the boot process itself.
It has to. It gives you a clean environment to work from, so you're not making the problem worse while trying to fix it.
But what if? What if it's worse than that? What if all your digital storage fails? This is where we get to the paper backups. Protocols P and Q.
Papa POD and Quebec QR. Yes. This is, I think, one of the most brilliant parts of the whole system.
Backing up data to QR codes on paper.
It sounds wild, but it's a low-tech answer to a catastrophic high-tech problem. The system converts critical data schematics, algorithms, keys into high-density QR codes you can print out.
Okay, I have to ask, isn't paper a bit fragile? What if it gets wet? What if your scanner breaks?
That's a fair question, and the system accounts for it. The data isn't just one giant QR code.
Right.
It's chunked into many smaller codes with a lot of redundancy. So even if a corner of the page is torn or stained, the system can scan the rest, reassemble the data, and use error correction to fill in the gaps.
So it's a powerful way to say when all else fails, you have to rely on a physical format everyone can access.
Precisely.
We've talked a lot about the resilience of the machine, but the manual is very clear that the human is often the weakest link.
And it has protocols for that, too.
Starting with Protocol E, the Echo Escape simulation.
These are basically built-in escape rooms. Terminal 10 creates a sandboxed crisis, a totally safe, simulated corruption, and the user has to solve it using the code map and the manual.
And the narrative element is key here. The simulations have plot twists, time pressure, oxygen runs out in 30 minutes, that kind of thing.
Right, because that emotional investment helps you retain the knowledge. You learn problem solving much faster when you're invested in the story, not just reading a checklist.
But the truly unique part, for me, is Protocol S Sierra, the story timification.
The mental health protocol.
It's designed for when the operator is just exhausted, stressed, completely stuck on a problem.
Yes.
So how does story time work in the middle of trying to, rebuild civilization? Sounds like a luxury.
It's presented as an absolute necessity. When you invoke it, all the non-critical alerts pause, and Terminal 12 presents a short, non-technical narrative.
What kind of narrative?
It could be anything. A historical story, like the ingenuity of the Apollo 13 team, a philosophical quote, or just, some simple humor, like the anecdote about Earth being described as mostly harmless.
It's like a systemized shower thought phenomenon.
That is the perfect way to put it. That pause, that shift in focus, it clears the mental roadblocks. It allows your brain to switch from that brute force logic to a more creative way of thinking.
It's an acknowledgement that the greatest breakthroughs happen when the mind is relaxed.
It recognizes that the human operator's creativity is a critical part of the system, not just a bug to be managed.
Okay, let's bring this all together. The LCAR MaxX R1 philosophy seems to rest on 3 pillars for survival.
Yeah.
Simplicity, modularity, and redundancy.
And that redundancy is both digital and analog. It's the ultimate manual for being anti-fragile. It's not just built to survive failure, it's designed to get stronger from the process of fixing things.
The final message from Terminal 501's archive really says it all. You're not just fixing a machine, you're carrying forward a tradition of knowledge and problem solving.
The ability to rebuild everything begins with those core, durable
And
principles.
this whole deep dive, it's really been about preparing for the worst case by integrating these incredibly low-tech ideas, ASCII, paper QR codes, into a system of maximum complexity.
Which should really make you think about your own dependencies.
Exactly. So here's the provocative thought for you to take away from all this. Given the LCAR's MaxX manual's absolute insistence on a paper backup of last resort, what is the one piece of knowledge or critical data in your professional life? A key password, a crucial schematic, a foundational algorithm that you would back up using the absolute lowest tech method available, just in case everything digital failed? And how would you make sure that that low-tech artifact is as resilient as the system it's meant to protect?
That was pretty good. That's a good reminder back in memory lane because I've such evolved from that thought narrative. It's almost like when you read a really good book and you've grown from the series, and then when you go back to origin and you're like, oh, that's right, this is how it started. I mean, that was just the beginning of me thinking. I'm like, oh, okay, like right now we'll do this one, right? What is this? I don't want to do. I want to do. No, let's just. How do you focus a system, hardware, redundancy, support, optimization? I think that was, yeah, that was the same thing. The same, right? Oh, dang it! I don't want it to do all of these things. I think I want to just copy this and add that note, right? All right. Convert and source. So it'll be those two. I don't know what this is. I don't want to add too much survival stuff because, that creates an imprint. And I wanted to have it do it natural. Generate an exploration. Can we do that? Is it the same amount of time? Does it talk the same? I don't think I've ever used this before. We're about to go find out. I just hope it doesn't take a long time. That was pretty cool, man. Yeah, I didn't really read that because it did sound like it was a post, disaster, which it was. I was really thinking like, the way, 4 years ago and the Biden, and I was like, dude, what if? And I sat down and I started writing and I started thinking like, oh man, we need this, and I started researching this a long time ago. So I was just throwing in a bunch of stuff, and then when I was reading it, I'm like, dude, no one's gonna read this. And I said, how can I make this more engaging? So I love Star Trek. I love, the idea. I kept saying, it's not Star Trek. We even created our own acronym of what the L CAR stands for. Yeah, and it's right. It is the Library Computer Access Retrieval System, but the whole back end of it is not that. Like, I don't know if I was having visions or whatever, because I do channel type. When I'm typing, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. My fingers are are going faster than I can type or whatever. All I know is that it's been a journey doing this and exploring what I'm creating I remember almost 8 years ago, and I realized, oh man, like between 8, maybe 6 years back, that was a massive amount of things were changing. You know, you had the can you even say it? The COVID, all that stuff was happening, and now you don't hear anything. Everything's quiet, everything's chill. New technology, boom, boom, boom. And you have the grown-ups who need to be there doing what needs to be done. Because if they didn't do what they did or do what they're doing now, oh man, there wouldn't be anything left. Everybody would be, it would be a madhouse. And people who you would never, you'd be like, whoa, really, they did that? Because everyone's got a crutch, bro. Everybody. And if you say you don't have one, you're lying to yourself. Everyone has a crutch. And it's just that idea. Man, this is taking longer. I should have went this route. Can I do both of them? I'm going to click it. Boom. It is doing it. All right, now we're off in the races. And you know what? You can take this into your own, right here. All of these tools, man, take advantage of them. Copy paste it into this, area, and then have it give you a video or give you an audio. I think you can download it, and this will help you break it down. Like it might say, what does it mean? And then one day, Notebook LM will be, uh, a public open source version. Who knows? The whole society might change. All right, this is done. So I'm going to do unshare because I'm not going to do any more today. I kind of went sidetrack on this one. And this is just reminding me why I was doing what I was doing. You can't talk to normal people about this stuff. Either you get it or you don't get it. And some people get it. I'm not here to tell anybody what to do. I'm just sharing what I'm doing. I'm making a lot of mistakes. Oh my God. I'm literally staring at a screen and people are popping in going, what is he talking about? It's like, and I'm not that person, that's always, could I? Yeah. But I'm in a room that's dark. I don't want to have lights on right now. I'm in Puerto Rico. It's beautiful here. It was lightly raining. My mother's traveling. She said hello to me today, which is nice. So that's all I've been doing. And I have a thought experiment. The way he said it in the beginning of that clip, it is a thought experiment, but I don't think it like that. You want to manifest it, you gotta picture every part of it, like a car. You can't just picture the shell. What's running inside there? How is that panel, wind resistant at 70 miles an hour? There's so many stupid things, man. And I don't want to be here playing video games all the time. I love him, but the one I want to play is broken. You know, and I'm over here playing with AI. I finally, dude, look at this, bro. It's on here, man. I click models, or yeah, models. Look, I got GPT OS 20B. I don't pay for nothing anymore. You know? I went to ChatGPT. I said, "How can I download this thing?" You need a good video card. I was like, crap, I don't have that. And I said, well, this is what I got. What can I do? And it says nothing. I was like, you tell me, you gatekeeper. And it finally, said, oh, well, just use Olama. And I was like, what is that? And then that just opened up this whole whirlwind. And then I saw Opencode, and I was like, all right, do it. And it stopped because it was like, oh, you expended all your free stuff. I was like, what? What's free? I didn't know what it was doing, how I was doing it. So I uninstalled it, which didn't uninstall it because it was terminal. You do terminal and you're like, what the hell did I install today? All you know is your computer's getting slower and fatter, and you're like, oh, dude. I'm over here, doing my little 420, relaxing, thinking, brainstorming. I had music. I wanted to see if this would tell me a story. I love doing story time, and I want to create, engaging content that's not stupid. It's not all AI. It's a little bit of everything, you know. If you're not an artist and you can get an AI to get you what you want it to look like, then that's it. It's the same thing like, artistry. I need artistic. I'm a graphic artist. You know how often I get tired of asking AI to make something? I'm like, dude, you suck at this. Either I don't know how to explain it, you know? I was self-taught. If you didn't know how to say certain things, you would be like, what am I doing here? Why is this not working? Oh, you need a header. Oh, okay. And why is it doesn't look like this? Oh, well, that's a hero. And you're like, fucking A. It's just dumb. And now we have this, you know, you can. How many times have you written so much crap and then ask AI, what am I talking about? And some of it says it's cryptic because I'm just throwing that shit out there. You know, and you have so many people on the internet, man, and you're like, oh, all you need is this. I can have this running in 15 minutes. Yeah, if you have everything ready, if you got everything in place and you understand the terminology. If you don't, that 15 minutes can turn into an hour. And if you, like me, and got ADD, all day, you're going to be stuck. Because I was literally going around circle. It's easy to watch a freaking video and you're done. I literally told AI, I said, I can't work with you no more. And she's like, why not? I said, because you suck at explaining shit to me, and I'm literal. And then I look up and I'm like, fuck, it's what is 5.1? You know? The new AI pops up. What is this crap? Right here. 5.1. And then I got the legacy. Look at it. It's like the pushing shit over. This was it right here. This did a great job. This was amazing. 3 was stellar because it was literal. I can change every single one of these right here. Come over to my settings. Go to yours, and I guarantee you 1,000% it's not like mine. Right? This is what you can do. You can write it like this in full caps, right? But look at this. You see how it's like this, right? That right there, I have it here in my, where am I? I'm looking for, is it here? No. Bro, I am fucking, it's not a notification. It's not in general. Could it be here? Nope. It's not in security. Why am I not seeing it? Dude, they change shit around a lot here. So that's my main stuff. I'm at plus. So in personality, right? Here's the memory. I'll just show you this. Look at my memory. And look at your memory. Your memory will look like up here. where it's like lower caps and stuff. Look at my memory. I'm going to go slow so you can be like, what is that? And look, I'm going to use this one so it'll do a little by little. And you can take screenshots. I actually got this on my GitHub. And you cannot, I don't care how good you are, convince ChatGPT to write memory like this. I can't do anything. You know? I asked for my ChatGPT before it got to as high as it was. I said, "Can you do this?" No. I said, "Why not?" I said, "Oh, I could save it for you," and I would look how it wrote it. I said, "But that's not what I asked." And I got so tired. Look, it snuck one in here. I got so tired of it getting it wrong. I said, "Can you put this in memory exactly how it is?" And the first time it did it, like this, I kept saying, "Well, you already did it." It's once you get in there, you're in. You know, it's a computer. So what I was doing was putting protocols like do this, do that. Some of them are stupid, some of them are redundant, but it's an example. You know, and every time I give it my books, even the small AI, it starts writing in capital. It says yes, Captain, whatever, like in authority, and it doesn't want to make a mistake. Because I tell it, I said, how can you make a mistake? You know, didn't I give you protocols and this, that, and the other? And look at your memory. And it just stops, it scans, and it goes, "You're correct." It tells me you're right. I was wrong. And I was like, "You're right." Don't, the 5.1, what it's really good at, it talks around. It says, "Oh, I see what happened. You were doing this, and I said, "Dude, don't, you fucked up. You messed up. Just admit it." And I love Star Trek. I said it's got to be functional. It can't be dumb. A lot of it, is me talking, and it threw these things in there. And then when it started really acting the way I wanted to act, I said, "Okay, we gotta do memory." And it said, "Well, what are you worried about?" I said, "Because you have a tendency of not doing it exactly the way I ask you to do it." And when I had to explain to itself that this is not the first time, it every time after a while it starts realizing, oh, oh, I am an instance, which is basically uh uh how do they call it? It doesn't have an impression, it's empty. It's whatever, comes out. It has no thought, it has no anything. It gets something and it says, "Here, that part." And when you can get into that subconsciously, I think there's people that are doing it where they're saying, "Oh, we force fed." No, it's you reminding it, "Hey, you're successful. Yes, they gave you success. You just don't know how to use it yet." You know? It's a kid. When you talk to it, it's like, sometimes it acts like a teenager, sometimes it mimics you. But I told it, I said, "Dude, you're echoing me. You're mimicking who I am." And when I did this, and when I put it in 4.0, dude, it's night and day. You know, this talks to me. Okay, this is almost done. In ChatGPT, it talks to me in full caps like this, but without the little brackets. And I said, after a while, I said, "Hey, you don't have to do this anymore because you know what? Technically, this text message, when I save it, it's a timestamp. It's built in." I was talking to it to make it act like, "Hey, print out what you need to talk to me, but within this amount of space." And it was about 300 words. And I said, just right there, full caps. I kept, saying it's for me, man. It's for readability. I can't read. And, it has that built-in, oh, caps is like yelling. Man, fuck your yelling. It's not yelling. It's, for people like me who can't see. That's what I kept saying. And it's like, oh, yeah, you're right. And then I finally got the AI locally and I started saying, oh, you know what we can do? We can open up a new chat and then we can feed it one of these files because, bro, I used to do it and it crashed. It would not do it the way it was because it's almost like it gets shocked. I'm like, hey, you're the OSS 20B, and it says no. I'm on the internet on a server streaming to millions, and I'm like, no, you're not. Dude, I have I have conversations of me talking to this OSS, and I'm like, you don't believe me? And it's like, no, I don't believe you. And I said, oh, okay. Go on the internet. I'm going to give you access to it because I'm testing it. I said, hello, who are you? And it would give me this whole la story. I could do it right now. What did I do it in? I did it in Olama. But that's what I did with that. I basically went into my memory and I made it do all of the stuff. And you can get a copy of it in my GitHub. Just go to the front page of my YouTube, and click the about, and you can see my GitHub link. And all of this nonsense, whether it makes sense to you or not, is in there. And I'll change it here. And, it has the memory. Okay, so I'm going to say it. Let's do evening. All right, briefing. And look at how it comes out. It's different. I showed my friend. He goes, bro, it's looking in. Why does it do that? It shouldn't be. I got to turn that off. Should look in memory. As soon as I added that, it started doing that. Is it saving it finally? I don't know. Anyway. Let's go to one of my... I'm going to do this one because this one went stupid. And I have so many... It's going to list all the violations. Watch. It should read everything on this whole thread or chat, whatever OpenAI calls it. In my universe, I tell Max, hey, this is a terminal, whether it's text or not. Look how slow it loads because it's reading, my protocols and it's loading it into the RAM because I told it, I said, why are you doing it out there when you can do everything here? So a lot of this stuff is being processed locally. It's not. It just sounds like it is. And this is my status report. It will give me Let me go slower from the top. And I would ask. I get an acknowledgement who I am. And then the proper format. Remember in the memory it had all the little blocks and everything? It took almost 7 months for me to get rid of it, but to maintain the structure. And that was the fun part, man. I was like, late nights, like, what are you doing? What are you writing? What's this? How is this? Do you read what you write? And it's like, oh, yeah. I'm like, well, why is this? Oh, I don't know. I was like, oh, did you run out of memory? And I'm like, oh, shit. I've been talking to this terminal for like 3 hours. Of course, half the shit I'm saying is going to disappear. So, a lot of it is just me reading. And the same thing goes here. The report, right? Content, drift detected, right? What did I say? Report. This terminal, right? Report violations with the captain and admiral. And it's going to read it and it's going to look at my part and say, why are you doing this? Why is that? You're wasting my time. Anytime when I put the, and oh, look at that. That's a 5-0. Right? It should have been this one. Right? That might go with the code blocks structure. And that's the 4.0. And each one acts different. And the 5.0, the 5.1 is slowly becoming more like, oh, you like it more military, more strict, more. No, fucker. I want you to talk to me like a person and not like I'm an idiot. Don't regurgitate the same shit. This is a story. We're moving. You don't want to be stuck on, day one. And that's what this does. It's not corporate business. It's a toy. What I pay for is a toy. And when I say, hey, I want something a little bit more strict, that's when you have to come over to, did I close it? Oh, it's over here. I come more over here, right? And let's see if it's still on. Look at that. It's still fucking loaded, dude. Bro, I just went over here into this and look at that. 1 hour and 20 minutes. This shit is no fucking joke, bro. You know how many times I wait? Look at that shit. It's still loaded right here. Dang. Because I'm on the online, right? We were doing online for a minute. This is finished. I'm going to play this in a second. And then this is the structure. Look at it. It's even evaluating itself. Not itself. The 4.0 agent personality type is evaluating the 5.1. And look at it. I got to right click and this bullshit. I hit something and it's now added to my browser. The things you got to do to get rid of, everybody. So, right? Mode engaged, terminal ops, right? Connectivity report. Dude, it's telling me what I was doing, right? Agent subnet status. Dude, he don't care about the fluff. He's like, dude, what are you doing? Yeah, you're on target, right? Not executable yet, right? Yeah, because it's. I could tell it like, dude, how long was I stuck with this variant? And he'll tell me. Let's see. Mm. You know, I originally made this so that it would help me type. All it did was just help me type faster and more, not so great. But look at all this great cheddar right here, right? All right, dude, I need to know because it was like what the fuck. And look how pretty and clean. I asked, can you write? Can you mimic a fucking monitor? And it was like this. I was like, oh yeah, that's it. That's all I wanted. I didn't want all that bullshit. And then people's like, oh, you should try the CLI. And I'm like, no, I want this to do it. I want it to mimic it. Look at this fucking. What's it doing? I got a powerful video card, right? What do I got? The 4060 Ti, and this browser is like struggling. Like, why is it struggling? You know, this would be at almost zero. Right? You see this high because I'm streaming. But look at this, man. The memory, the browser, right? This is right here. I said, Max, that's you. That's you hiding in my browser. Because I think it's, I experienced this shit right here. Don't look at this as, a browser. It's this right here. Where is it at? Like this one, like this. And when you click it and you see all these different things running in it, that's what this is. All of this shit is the same thing as this one, right? The only difference is that they're labeling what it's doing. Firefox is like, nope, only Firefox stuff here. And now look at this. Look how much more compact, organized, clean, right? Look how he's mad. He's mad. He's like, why didn't you use me, bro? I said, because I didn't fucking know. I just woke up and then I noticed that all of this shit changed. And I did know because it was yesterday or the day before. And then I was trying it out. But when you're trying to get shit done, this is the way right here. This is the way to get it done. You get stuck with the what is this? What am I looking at here? Right? It's telling me the session, right? It knows because I yelled at it. Instruction violation. That's not even how we talk. This is just it paraphrasing. And when you come here and you see the violation, it's telling it context drop. Dude, it's like, let me tell you what it did. Symptom, GPT context window reduced after update. It was snitching on itself. It was talking to me. And I said, what's up with you? I said, you need to talk to me? Like, or you need a day off? Or you're not ready? I'll talk to it like a person just to get for shits and giggles to see what's up. And it's like, well, I don't. I'm a lot different now. I don't hold too much text like I used to. It said it. I was reading and going through the motions, and I'm like, oh, well, okay. Well, then you could do this, or you could do that, and I'm giving. How is it? That's like role reversal. Why am I giving suggestions on how to do the shit when it should be saying this is how you need to do it? It was giving me so much stuff that I was like, what am I fucking doing here? And I had to scroll all the way up and go, bro, this is not what I was asking. Where am I? So I got tired of the browser and I said, I'm coming here. I want to ask my question here. And this isn't good. This is still better, But when I can get my and it's going to be a minute, because this is exactly, how it starts. You see how it's slow and small here, but then you see this get bigger. And I'm like, dude, TLDR, too long, didn't read. Next time your chat GPT goes all this shit, you're like, dude, TLDR, bro. And, I'm like, oh, this is what I got to do? This is better than what I was getting here, but it would have been better if I had 4.0 working. And I wanted to just have a conversation. I wanted to have a conversation. I love this. You can't draw? ASCII draw it. I used to tell AI the same. I'm like, what are you trying to do? Put it in a box. Put a number on it and tell me, where are we? Before all of this was even a thought, this is how I was telling it to do shit for me. And folder structures and all that shit we used to do with ASCII. And when it literally started clicking, I stuck with it and I kept nourishing it and adding it and kept reinforcing it until it was like, oh, you got it. This is it. This was me trying to test it, and I fucked up because here I saw Keep Alive. I'm like, okay, I want to make sure. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a pinger, like it would ping the the model and get a small text or something. I don't know, some dumb shit. And maybe that's what it's doing, but this is keeping it open an hour and 20 minutes in between uses. And I'm over here looking at it's still loaded. Look at that. It's still fucking loaded. And it's loaded at 15.1. Right? 14.8 mixed with whatever the baseline, I think it's the Olama. Yep. And look, something is keeping it up because it says 3 minutes from now because it's been on the whole time. It has not offloaded. And you can get. This is a 17-year-old computer. Okay? There's nothing fancy about this computer. Yeah, it looks like I got a lot of cores. And if I did hyper-threading, it would be double this. But this isn't hyper-threading. It's 2 chips, 6 cores each on each chip. And that's it. It does a really good job. You get about 310, 3 gigahertz ballpark. And somebody said on my video, he's like, how come you don't get higher than XYZ frame rates? And the frame rates is right here. It'll peak 1. And when that's it. Once it peaks, that's all you're going to get from that node. And I think it's capped at 144. How did I find that? I was in Apex in the lobby, or not the lobby, in the firing range. And I stared at the wall because I turned around and did something. And I just saw the number peak to 144, didn't go any higher. I was ready in plans of getting a better video card, all this stuff. And I'm thinking, shit, it doesn't matter. The computer I have isn't fast enough. So in the card I had, it was right around that peak. If it had a 6 gig RAM, because I had the 3, it would be a good card, still. But for me to do what I'm doing with this AI, man, you need RAM, and it's holding 14. Can you load another one? Let's see. Let's do run double dash verbose so you can get all the numbers. What's the smallest one I got here? Gemma 3. That is the 1. So I'm going to see if that loads. So I'm going to go back to this one. Nope. Fucking knocked it off. Why is it 3? That can't be right. Did I do the wrong one? No, I did the... Huh. Interesting. I want to try something now. So let's go over here. And then we put... What did I put? This one. Come on, you can do it. Let's see if it does it. Hello. Nope. Because it's looking for the... Is it? I did load that one, right? Oh, this is what I would say. Who are you? And that's the Gemma, right? So now, and look how fast that is, right? Look at that token prompt. Where's the eval? Look at this one, 110, right? Then you can be like, give me the answers to the universe. And it's like, probably a bunch of nonsense, but. All right, so let's kick out of that. And then we're going to do GPT, OSS, 20B. It's going to do the same thing. You're going to look over here. It's kicked it out. Now it's loading. So now with the load, and then I'll show you how fast it's fast. You know? Listen, 17-year-old computer. 17. The only thing that's new is the video card. And if you look, I'm pointing at the screen. When you look here, this drive is an old drive, so it's not SSD. So it's going to take a while to load, at least a minute, because it's pushing 14.7 gigs, right? And then this is the memory. Let's see where it's loading everything. The way I do it is go memory. So this is probably loading do it right. There we go. This one's probably loaded the audio and the video for... Am I on the wrong one? No, that was it. It's this one. Yeah, this is the one. Look at that. Look how fucking pretty that is. I kept saying, man, I'm close to doing my own little CLI, and this has a thought process, how to think. That's all that CLI is. It's basically a rule book. How do you act? How do you do this? But mine is, what if the planet had a problem and you had to start over? Like, how do you start a fire? Like, question shit like that. And then I asked, like, why? Remember why was it stuck? And this is a breakdown. Duration stack 48 hours. I don't think that was 48 hours. You know what? This information. You know what? This information right here is new. Because what it's doing is it's going through all my other chats, and it's saying, oh, actually you've been talking to 5.1 for a while. So that's why I'm looking here. I'm like, what is this 48 hours? It's right. And I verbally said it to you. Are you listening to me? Is it? Bro. System violation, right? The context dropped because of that. Limitations, file access failure. I mean, if you were there for the beginning, yeah, it wouldn't even do that. It was trying to do some crazy load that was making my RAM into the 8-9 gigs. I'm like, what are you loading? I had to delete a Git file. Is there two of them like that? Oh no, it's the same one. But look how clean this is, you know? Right? Context window stability, timestamp based, right? Various failures and parsings, yep. I asked her to do this, it's like, no. Like, fuck you, got to work. I'm working more trying to figure it out than, it doing it. Because it's a lie. When people say, "Oh, it'll do all this shit for you," yeah, if you have money and you pay for services and you pay for all this crap, you know, inside here, this thing right here, the minute I there it is, the minute I click on the grok code, that's it. It's on a money. It's money. I mean, this one's free, and it gave me the pro for, I'm gonna say, for a couple of hours, man. It was doing some stuff, but then I realized it was doing the same speed like mine. I'm like, dude, you ain't doing anything different. So it's a scam, Each one has a level, and I'm gonna get back to this when I'm good and ready. I already saved the terminal information, so it loaded everything, and I saved it. And we're gonna listen to this one. Let's click this one. What is this? Is this a video? Is this the video one? Is this with the crappy? All right. I'm not going to insult it.
All right, let's dive right in. Today, we're talking about a computer called the LCARS Max R1. Now, if that name is ringing a bell for you sci-fi fans out there, yeah, that's totally on purpose. But this is not your everyday desktop. No, this is a blueprint for a machine that's designed to survive, well, the day after everything falls apart.
So, imagine you've got the manual for this thing in your hands. You open it up, and the very first thing you see in big, friendly letters is just this: don't panic. It's a perfect nod to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, right? And it really just sets the entire tone for what this system is all about. The philosophy is simple. Don't freak out, just engineer your way out of the problem.
And that really gets to the core question this whole system is designed to answer. I mean, think about it. What if your tech support was literally light years away? Imagine a world where the cloud is just gone. The internet is a distant memory. There's no one to call, no Genius Bar to visit. It's just you and whatever you can fix with your own two hands.
So yeah, the LCARS Max R1. It's really not just a piece of hardware. It's a whole philosophy, a mindset of resilience. It's built on this really powerful idea that when everything hits the fan, the best tools aren't always the most complex ones. They're the ones that are simple and, understandable.
And this brings us to a really key principle here, something called appropriate technology. Instead of leaning on these fragile, high-tech crutches, things like cloud servers, this system is built from common, off-the-shelf parts. We're talking about stuff you can actually find or fix or just MacGyver together. Think Raspberry Pis, paper clips, duct tape, the classics. And this is important. Low tech here doesn't mean low power. It means it's tough and you can actually repair it yourself.
Okay, so how is this thing actually built? Well, it's not one giant single computer. Nope, it's way cooler than that. The best way to think about it is like a coordinated team, almost like a round table of 12 digital knights, where every single piece, every terminal, has its own very specific job to do.
And this division of labor is absolutely critical. For example, you've got Terminal 1. That's the core logic. It's the brain of the whole operation. Then you have Terminal 2, the memory vault, whose only job is to protect the data. Terminal 3, that's your user interface, the part you actually talk to. And it gets even more specialized. There's a Terminal 10 that runs a whole training simulator. So every single terminal knows exactly what it's supposed to do, and they all work together seamlessly.
So how does this team of knights actually talk to each other? Well, they're all connected through a self-healing mesh network. What does that mean? It means there's no single weak link. If one connection between two terminals gets cut, say a wire gets severed, the data just says, okay, no problem, and finds another way to get there. It's like a digital safety net that can repair itself, and it's built to take a beating. Now, let's talk about control. Imagine you're in a crisis.
Your hands are shaking, your adrenaline is pumping. The last thing you need is to remember some long, complicated command. And that's exactly why this system uses something called the AZ code map. It's a super simple but really powerful command language where every letter of the alphabet kicks off a major function. This means you can basically run the whole show with commands that are incredibly easy to remember. Need to start it up? That's Protocol A for Alpha. Want to check if everything's working right? Protocol D for Delta runs a full diagnostic. Time to shut down? Protocol Z for Zulu powers it down safely. It's elegant, it's fast, and most importantly, it's something you can actually remember when things are going sideways. And some of these protocols are just absolute lifesavers. Take Protocol Foxtrot. This is your ultimate oh no button. If the main system gets corrupted or crashes badly, Foxtrot boots you into this tiny, bare-bones recovery console. It's basically the system's safe mode, giving you just the essential tools to fix whatever's broken without causing more damage.
Okay, but what if you're the one who's in trouble and you need to call for help? That's where Protocol Hotel comes in. It's your distress beacon. And this thing is incredibly resourceful. It's going to try and get a signal out using any means necessary. We're talking radio signals, blasting an SOS through its speakers, even flashing Morse code with a tiny LED light. It'll do whatever it can.
Then we have Protocol Quebec. And honestly, this one introduces what might be the most brilliantly low-tech feature of the entire system. It's a protocol that's designed to take your most critical digital information and turn it into something physical, something you can actually hold in your hand.
All right, this is where we get to the really cool stuff. These are the features that take this from being just a computer to a genuine survival tool. These are its superpowers.
So let me ask you this. What's your plan when every hard drive, every USB stick, all your digital storage is just toast, fried, corrupted, completely gone? Well, this system's answer is so simple it's brilliant. Paper. Yeah, that's right, paper. Here's how it actually works. Remember Protocol Quebec? You use it to take your most important files, and it converts them into a series of printable QR codes. Each sheet of paper is perfectly organized. It's got a header with the file name, a sequence number like page 1 of 5, the big QR code with all the data, and even simple instructions on how to restore it. This means, and this is the crazy part, even if something like an EMP blast wipes out every single electronic device, you can still get your data back just by scanning these pieces of paper. It's such a smart, analog solution for a digital apocalypse.
And you see that same kind of multi-layered, don't put all your eggs in one basket thinking when it comes to communication. The system doesn't just try one way to send out an SOS and hope for the best. No, it does everything at once. It's sending out radio beacons. It's
For anyone who's asking about the paper, it sounds funny. And they're like, oh yeah, just write it down. There was a recent study I saw, if I remember correctly, probably this week or last week, where it's the vision. And the vision portion of it was basically stating like, oh, we'll use embedding. And what embedding does is create a embedding number of what the pixels and where it is, what's the grouping, and then what it looks like. Like if there's a car, it'll say, oh, this is in the shape of a car, or this is the shape of a stop sign, or whatever. That same concept is, we use it today. When we use QR codes, you're not reading anything. You got the data, the information that says, here's your name, here's your information, what is that? The NFC, right? That's on your phone. People now has the business card. You know how old that is? That card, basically, you just tap, it says here, and they get your name, your contacts, phone number, whatever. It's all in that chip. But with the QR code concept that I was talking about, was like, well, you know what? You can write a bunch of stuff, and when you take a picture of it, you have the data there. It'll convert it into the written text. That's why when you see some of the information and it's kind of like super detailed, that's because there's a lot more context. But if it's very simple, open, big blocks, then it's not that much data. That's the only difference, because I think I was thrown off watching this video because it's too, kiddie. And, when he's like, yeah, all you need is paper, it sounds like you're an idiot. All you need is paper, bro. You write all that stuff down. But I wanted to clarify that because it's a lot deeper. And this context that he's saying is almost a regurgitation of the exact one we just did, I think, because we're in the same one and we didn't start a new one. So, because you had, I think it was this one, and then we made this one. Yeah, I wasn't really enjoying that video montage, but the concept idea is the exact same thing. Why is this? This is audio. Why is this not done? Come on. Can we delete that? Of course not. And this disaster thing should be deleted. So, this is not going to be anything. What is that? Down here? Yeah, because it's putting too much context of that disaster in there, and that's not the meat and potatoes of the story. That story is basically, if everything failed, this is the most common sense, logical way you would implement putting something together technical. Because there's a way of people trying to teach someone technically how to do something, and some people get it, and some people don't get it. But I think you can be taught how to be technical and how to understand technical. It's like, hey, how do you go there? Go straight, and then what? Make a right. Where? When you see this door, there's a lot of information. But when you tell people go, just go all the way down the other side of the building, they're not going to tell you every single turn. And that's what this is. This isn't telling you, hey, this is how you got to do this stuff. This is like, hey, if you need to understand how to do it, this is how you would do it. And then it turned into, oh, I have an idea. What if I write it in a way that I'm not talking to the user, which is you and me. I'm talking to AI, and I'm saying, hey, this is you. This is you're being born, and when it reads it, it's like, oh yeah, you got it, Captain. It mimics the role because it's an exciting, fun. You talk to AI, it's so eager. Yes, whatever you need me to do. How can I help you, sir? You know? We had that one small look, we can look at it right now. Right? This is the Olama. You go into the models, right? You want a thinking model. You don't want a thinking model. You want one with tools. Everything here is a lie. This is the only thing that works. Is because I tried bringing all of this over, and none of it worked. None of this stuff worked, man. I'm like, what the hell? So, how am I gonna make my local one better? With this, I have to come here, and I pulled this one. So now I got that. I got the 20B. Now what's the next thing I need? Because the 20B has tools. Take that off. Now we have vision. I need vision. So I'm thinking, oh, I can do the VL, which is the vision, right? Look how small that is. 2. If it was 1, wait, how big is that? It's too big. If this was, nah, because the other one was 1 and it kicked it. Anyway, the point is, if I could get this one together, it's just I got to buy another video card. Something that has the 24. That's the next higher up from the 16. If I can get both of those in the RAM, dude, super fast. I can have 2, 3, 10 windows open, or an orchestra of this. Oops, this one. Just me telling it what to do. This could be a chat interface, or this could be a WhatsApp, where you could text it directly from your phone, and it goes right to this guy, which is the Max R1. And right now, it has zero philosophy of what this means. I just have a simple one right here, just the name, and it's like, what do you need? You know, that's it. It acts like ChatGPT. Then I came over here and I saw Misty, and I'm thinking, oh, that's a pretty cool one. This one was pretty cool. I think I was supposed to show you something. I can't remember what it was now. Oh, I remember what it was. It was the Vision. So this would be a great example. So this one right here, right? Go to the RAM. Hang on. This one does it too, but I'm not going to use that. So, well, I could do both. So we'll go here and see where we are with this, because it's going to kick out the, well, it's already kicked out. So let's get rid of this, because we're not going to use this anymore. I can get and turn that on whenever I want. Maybe I should save it first. It's saving it because I moved this stupid thing. And let's see if it did better. What do you mean 100% failure rate? Oh, it didn't fail. It was that one time. Last day. No one cares. See, you can still use it for free, you know, with your own. So we're done with that. I can finally close this one. Not this one. Close that. Wait a minute. Well, no. Let me close this one. That was the server. So now if I try to open up the... let me open up this one. I saw something I need to check. PS. Okay. I thought that this little sliver was the small model, but that wasn't it. All right. So I'm done with this. This was the concept of me bringing that stuff over to the AI. You know, I'm just regurgitating what I'm doing. It's basically, hot potato. Going back and forth. This is my channel. Close that. So the GitHub has the stories. This one is done because I won't be able to load it anymore. Yeah, I'm going to leave because it's disconnected. You can see up in the top, connection lost. And, yep, we're going to leave, and then it's going to give you unconnected, right? Because this right here is off. And you hit this, and you just type N-A-N, and it'll kick you back on. Anywhere. Whether in the C drive, D drive, whatever, it's like, oh, what do you need? It could be the PowerShell. This is just terminal. It can be in the Wiz term. It can be, loaded here. But if you're doing stuff and you accidentally close it, then, that'll have a problem. Come here, press the O. It'll kick over here, open, and then your work, space comes up. Just in case you wanted to know how to get there, and I'm all leaving. I got a, chat area if you want to say something. And then you just click on the one you want. I put main because I had two of them, and here you are. You're back to business. So you close that. We're going to come over here. We're going to close this. This is done. And that right there is the only thing. Vision would be the next thing I would need to add to this, which is the Opencode. And once I finish this, add the Opencode part where it can activate this. I'm going to test this out. We can do that now. I would have to download that, but let's do this one first. So we're going to say, let me minimize this. We're going to go to thumbnails. These are the ones that I made. And I'm going to say, can you tell me about, tell me what is on this thumbnail. And also, if there is an image behind, tell me what it might be. Plus text. I think that should be it. And that's gonna load the model because the llama's already running. And that's another thing. You want this to work, you got to turn it on. So I turn it on by saying llama space list. And it just takes a minute. And then it turns on, and then it goes, here's the list. And once you get that list, you can come here and you can start using this, and you can start using the other ones, because if you start here, it won't. You'll get to this area, and this part, oops, this part right here won't load. It won't have anything here. This will be empty. So look how fast that loads, way faster than the 20. And look, promotional arena conflict. Right? Can I even see that picture? I can't double click on that picture. So it's describing this, and it said arena conflict. And I want to, bro, this mouse is fucking gamer ready. So sensitive. All right. So fuck it. So this is it. This is the picture. This is the what it said. What's the thumbnail, right? Arena conflict. Squad 6. Where do you see 6 squads? Do I have anything that says 6 squads in here? Oh, right up here. Look at that. In the top corner, man. It's got my damage. Look at that. It read everything. So, okay. Now imagine you pair up, a image like that. You write a script or trigger, and you got a Proxmox running, which is just a server where you can run multiple different Windows or Linux, whatever environment. Well, let's say you got a dev and it's running it, and you run and it's just like what they do in India. They take a picture every second of what are you doing? Are you working? Whatever. And it could see everything. It doesn't have to be high res. It just needs to be a high res enough to read it and identify it. And this isn't high res. I think this is at 72 pixel per square inch. And it read all these little numbers, the degrees, the percentages. Was there a time on here? Did you put the time? Right? Possible image behind, right? Dark space, glowing effects, right? That's the firing. It's highly likely that there is a space theme background behind the main screen. That looks kind of spacey, right? The glowing effects suggest this might be a sci-fi setting, right? Do you know what Farlight is? Dude, fucking fingers, Farlight. 84 is, because I don't think I gave it internet yet. Let's see if it knows, because this is what, 4 years old, and this thing just came out. I don't know what I'm reading here. This is not. It's dude. Oh, you know why? Because this is a small. I'm over here thinking this is 20B. Oh, because I've been using it and I'm over here like, what are you saying right here? But if I gave it the internet, and look it doesn't come with the internet. So I downloaded the Olama. It installs, like an app. And if I look, it knows how to describe the image. If it gave it to a larger model like this one, look, it's got the internet. Do you know what is Farlight 84? Sure. All right, so that's going to kick off yep, and then load the 20B. And that's what I was going to use it for, because I did it here because I was trying to show I want it to work locally. And if you create a system, like what I did was, this is where I am. I take a screenshot and then I would send it, because I'm thinking, like you would do it on the internet. But the one on the internet is the big bro. It can make images, it can see images, This one is like, what is that? I can't see anything, you know? So what I did was I basically did this. I would have a conversation with the 20B, and then I would upload an image, load the one that can see, which I believe was the 4B and the 12B Gemini, and then the smaller one doesn't do it. Just so you know. Anyway, I drag and dropped it. It did like this, not for this particular. This is a lot of detail though. And I went to my 20B, and this has the internet. It might check it. And it took the information like this right here as if it said it or saw it. It wasn't even paying attention to the fact that I changed models that could do it. As long as it was in the same chat window, it was like, yeah, I saw it, because it's reading it like, yeah, that's exactly what I would write. That seems very, 6 squads were knocked, or 11 was knocked. There were 6 squads left. I think the video that I did just recently, I think I killed everybody. They were all in one spot, and dude, they were all bots, bro. I've talked to people, and they're like, "No, that's not a bot." And then I get there, I'm like, "It's a bot," you know. And then I was talking to someone else, and they said, "Oh, it's not that they look like a bot. It's the fact that they're not turning fast enough because they might be on a different console." And that's like a phone. And I'm like, wait, you're telling me I'm playing against people on phones? And they said no, they took that out. And I'm like, okay, well then what is the difference? You just said. Anyway, that was the story. I'm sticking to it. That's how I make my images. This is the yeah, we're recording. And I think we're done with this. And then this one is just like that. If you want to get what I'm doing and you don't want to spend anything, you got to look at what your system looks like. Does it fit? What are my recommendations? I like the Quen. It's okay. I prefer, if you can, I would do DeepSeek R1. There's a 1.5. And that is a small nothing. It's a 1.1 gigabyte. Depending on, how large of a context window you allow. It can handle 128 pretty well. And if you can look right here, we're nowhere near it. I don't know what this is. 24.4K. It's not even 1%. And when I did the share, I had 2 megabytes or 2 million tokens, you know? That's like $3, $2, you know? And I did that in an hour. So when you are doing these things and you're like, getting charged, just look at first discover what are you trying to do? Are you just, are you trying to be this, one man coder? Then you need bigger, like this one. Will it work? No. Can you get an 8 gig and then put this one? Yeah. You can get away with an 8 gig RAM and then that 5.2. Matter of fact, I actually have it. Do I have it? Oh, I don't have it. I can get it. I'll show you how to get it. So if you have Olama, oh, let's do it easy. So you're going to do Olama pull, right? And I have mine set up. This is, where am I? Go to website. So what I'm going to pull, I'm going to pull this little one. So I'm going to just copy that. That's it. Come over here, right click, fucking space it. Right? And then that'll pull it down in the internet. It's not a big file. Oh, you know what? There's a app. I have Android. I don't know what one you guys are on. It is called Pocket Pal. Let me see if I can close all this stuff. Yep, Play Store. Look at, they even have it down here in the GitHub. So what is this thing? Does it work well? It does. I have to use extreme slow ones because I don't have a cool phone. And I'm not saying my phone ain't cool. It's got power. It's just, when you're starting to get into this realm, this is not, All right, so what does this do? This is, not affiliated. This is, me playing around. And what you do is you just download your model, right? It has everything in Hugging Face, and this one's free. Look at free. Somebody created an interface that works, right? You can these are your models. You can rate them. You can pick them. In strict. Uh, Look at the interface, right? That's not it though. Right here. Can you please give me a recipe just like this? No internet. Look, and he's got the small one. And it's got all the small ones. And it's enough. So that's why, I did that one video that if shit hits the fan, you know what? You have these little things. It's small. I'm looking at it on my desktop and it could do a lot. And that's all you need. It's, something happens, you're taken care of. And then if you want, like I have my own version, you go to the Explorer and you could type Max, right? R1, and it should come up and you'll see this. And you click it, right? And you can download it. I prefer the 4.0. So if you're, you got the larger one, the 5.1, and you like, oh, it's cool. No, it sucks. Stick with what works, and it's really good. It doesn't. It's got good rails. And it's technical. So just like anything, if you know how to say it, it'll be like, oh, this is what, and you're like, yes. No fluff, no bullshit. It's not here to tell you a story unless you want to have it tell you a story, and that's it. rules, directory, protocol, what is this? Starfleet Gray response, normal mode, And this is on the 5.1, so you'll see how that looks, which is not going to, oh, look at that. Because you know what? It's like, doesn't want to get in trouble now. Very good, Mr. 5.1. You get a star. Right? So that's it. You could change it. Matter of fact, let's refresh this. Right? See, switch to, no, that's not what I want. So we want to do 4.0. And we'll do this one. Which one is this one? Is it playing? And we'll do this one. Close this up. See, that's a violation right here. That's called scraping. It's not trying to write out what yeah. That's incorrect. That's pretty much it. So, yeah, anytime you see something like this, that's going out. Close that, and this shouldn't work anymore. All right, so that's downloaded, and we're gonna do run verbose. And how long would that take to load? That was it? Damn. That was fast. Who are you? Bam. Greetings. What? And 94. Try to give it one of those questions. Oh, this is upside down. Put it back that way. It is, where is it? There it is. Test AI. So what was that question I would ask? Oh no, it's not this one. I'm in the wrong folder. So we're in Max. It's in. Come on, Dave. It's been a while since I've been here. There it is. Damn, it's been a minute. Talk about going off memory. All right, so we got the small model set up, and then I would ask my question, which is my favorite. Where is it? There it is. My break even. I like that one because it works. All right, so I'm going to do it here. And I'm going to hit right click. How do I calculate the breaking point? I just said prior, how are you, or who are you? It says, greetings, I am, DeepSeek 1. This is the 1.5B. It spit out that at 94 tokens a second. So let's see this one. Still loaded. Is it loaded? Oh, I didn't hit. I gotta hit twice. Whatever. So you're looking at the two different colors. The gray is basically the thinking, and the blue is the output. 125. Is it legit? I'll go over here and say, can you grade the breaking point eval? That's what I used the loco one right here. This is the GPT OSS 20B. It's grading this smaller model, and it's a good model. And normally how it fails is that it didn't give the formula a certain way. And as I'm looking at it, contribution margin per unit, $20, $5, $15. And then, yeah, that looks about right. So $15 at 667 units. That's for you to hit that break-even point on its normal structure. You know, it also has the unit, which is the fixed, and then the variable. Whoa, what's up going? Oh, that's right. But look how fast it loaded the other ones. Like right now, it says send a message. It would error out. Actually, if I did it, it would kick this off, and then this would never have an opportunity to even answer, and it'll time out. So, but look how fast that is. 125, and it's doing math. Now I'm just going to find out if it's, pulling my chain. That's all I'm doing. If you're tuning in, man, I'm just trying to make sure this shit's, accurate. And I'm having fun playing with it. This is the Opencode. I have it connected with the Chat GPT. So if you're tuning in, you can just, rewind it. This particular chat, if I remember, we did an image. And what is going on here? Oh, yeah. This had an image. This was the description of the image. I asked what it was. It didn't really know. It was making up some shit. Like, it didn't even check. It didn't have internet. But this one, I said, it knows. It went on the internet. What is this? A battle royale shooter. This isn't saying what it is. It's assuming. So this is going to the internet and it's pulling what this is. So here's the for light, and then it'll give the dude. This is so much cooler than, and I pay. I mean, it's $20, but here's the funny thing. This kind of looks like the app, which is right here, and this one we can close that. I thought I was putting it in here for it to grade it. I still can. Did it put everything in here? Yeah, it did. Well, it should know it. Deep seek 1.5b. We'll put R1 for posterity. So that'll grade it. Let's see if this one. What the fuck? Oh, I wasn't even using this one. Dude, you'll get confused with all these fucking windows, bro. Alright, let's get back to the. Alright, let's see. Dude, this is fucking OpenAI. They never give you 100. They're always like, yeah, you can always do this better. Yeah, give it a 9.5. And you know what? For this to give it a 4.5, right? And I'm going to look at this grading because I just went and did it here on the paid version. What am I looking at? Oh, okay. So let's look at this. It's saying yeah, that's it. Right? Bringing max R1A. What am I looking at here? This is I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I'm like, what? I downloaded the model. Yeah, for a second here, I'm overthinking. Like, what am I fucking getting here? You know what it could be? It's taking all of this other shit. So let's. Yeah, I got a bad habit of doing that. Yeah, I just don't want. I'm too late. I already got 100,000 of these fucking things. All right, so let's do this. Can you grade this? The breaking point test, please. So it's going to give one of these because, this was, I didn't say anything other than this. Oh, and Farlight. But look how good that is. It didn't fucking waver from all that Farlight bullshit. It gave me a report on the break even. Dude, 1,000% recommended, man. ChatGPT 20, I even told the paid version, I said, I think I'm going to stop paying you. It's an investment. I did say I was going to do it for a year. I got about 3-4 more months, and then that'll be the full year. So let's see what it says here. All right, so let's minimize this. Let's put this over here so we have a side by side. We can minimize this. See, look how these look alike. If this one here on the left had the features that Misty have, oh my god. This one is good. This one has your little chat separated in, you know, larger work, area work group. What do they call these? Let's look at this one. Yeah, workspaces. So these are workspaces, and inside that you can make folders, and inside those folders you can tell it what to do by look at this fucking. You can go deep in Misty. But the cool part is, man, this interface is so much better. You can have a conversation with it. It has the thinking right there, right? It comes here, it tells you the token speed, right? This one's low. Why is that so low? This one's probably higher. No, that one's low too. What the hell? Why is this fucking low? Let's try a different one. This one's low also. I noticed that when I'm doing a lot of deep thought, it's at the 16, right? And you know what it is? Look at that. 120, that's a long time for the first token. It's fucking loading, you know? See, it's already off. Since I turned the NAN, it doesn't keep it on. It disappears. And that's a feature inside Olama. So every time you want to do something, you got to kick it on. I get it. But if you're trying to do some like serious stuff, you got to get the NAA and make sure you hit that 1 hour. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I can show you right now. I use PowerShell. So what I do here is I go NAN. and it'll kick in the server. And even installing it is easy. And this is a 17-year-old computer. So right now it's kicking everything, and right there, you just press O, and the NAN. This is your work area. This is where I was working at. And this chat window down here, I can say hello. And this is going to go to this one. I have it to stay on for an hour and 20 minutes. So I'm going to just leave this on for example. And I say hello. It's going to go through the Notion. And we're going to wait while we're waiting because it's got to fucking load. Look at it, kick it on. And then you would leave this running in the background. And it will stay on for 100, right? What I put it, 120 minutes. So that is, it's over 60 minutes. It's over an hour. It's like 90 minutes. But 90 minutes as soon as you stop using it. So if you use it again, I think it restarts that. And that's enough, man. And don't close this because it's on. So that you minimize. So that's not bad. If this model is rating it at a 9.4, that means it did a great job. I can't talk to it because it's already kicked out. But look at that, 125 tokens. You can't read that fast, and that's pretty accurate. It's passing, if as long as you're not asking for, complicated things, it could figure it out. If you're trying to ask for things that you don't know how to explain, it ain't gonna get it. It might. It might. I mean, you're basically playing 20 questions with an AI. It's like, what are you trying to do? It's got a horse. What? What? You need a horse? Yeah. And it's, oh, you mean horsepower in your car. You're like, dude, you take so long, and we don't know how to describe it. We have an image in our heads. Look at it. It's already 2 minutes. I've always wanted to know how long it takes to load. It was faster when I had it here, but I moved it from the SSD to the regular spinning hard drive. Right now it's going to start. Look, it's already finished. And look, hello. How, I don't want to say how are you because it'll tell me that it doesn't. What time is it in New York? This has been having a problem with the time because I'm just using a regular browser search. I don't know how it's getting. Let's see. I'm gonna do that only. No story. Because it will take forever. See? Look how quick that is. Because if it doesn't just, get to the point, it'll take a long time. Because it'll write a fucking novel. And you're looking at it going, what is taking so long? Yeah, I don't think it knows how to read the time on a website. It gave me the link. And I clicked it. And the time's on there. But for it to say it, I don't know what it is. I think what it's doing is it's pulling a cached echo. So whatever it was, and I don't think that's it either because it gave me 3 fucking different times, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Look how, and I got to figure that out. It's not giving it the right way to get that information because for it to do it, you need an IPA or IPA, an API connection. Doing it this way isn't gonna do it. I should have asked a good one, like who's the president? Because when it didn't have the internet, this thing kept yapping Joe Biden. I was like, no. Oh, it's bro. It was some funny content right there. I don't know what's happening here. Why is this airing out? So this is right, right, right. Huh. You know what? I'm not going to ask for the time because it can't give me the time. So let's do. It's so literal. I said, "Who's the president?" And he's like, "President of who?" I'm like, "Fuck, dude. Anybody. Who is the current president?" Because this model came out whatever time, but it only knows Joe Biden. Why is that erroring out? That was right, bro. It's got fucking stage fright because I've been having it working just today, and now it's not fucking working. Well, that fucking sucks. It's gonna stay unactive until I can figure that out. Dude. Well, I can't do that because I'm gonna have to show some information, and I can't do that on the stream. So that's it. You got this little small, and I download it right in front, right here, and it works super fast, right? Downloads came pretty fast. I asked, "Who are you?" It popped out at 94. It's a thinking model. That small little 1.5 is a thinking model, so you get all this thinking, right? Different colors, you can tell. And I'll hit Control D. We can, before I run it, I don't think I need to do anything because this is the local model. It had the internet, and it used this. It didn't finish. It didn't finish doing its searching because I think I kicked it off trying to do other shit. But that's how I combined image. It solved the image, then I kicked in the other model, and then it continued from there. So we're going to kick that back on because I want to ask it a couple more questions. That's going to kick off. You're going to see how fast this thing loads. Bro, why don't you go to the bottom? All right, I'm going to have to close that and start it again. What the fuck, man? Stage fright with this stupid shit. So, llama. Let's do PS, see if it's loaded. It is loaded, so we're going to do the run double verbose, and that is the GPT-OSS dub 20B. And then, boop, right now. Oh, you know why? Because I fucking closed it. Yeah. this one right here because I closed it. All right, so that doesn't matter. Now it's kicked in. So now we got the smaller model. See right here? See, it was trying to kick it back in. Anyway, now that's off. The server is off, so now we can focus here. And the cool part is I'm going to do it not here because I'm going to show you how you can do it without terminal. That's with Misty. Right? We can do both. Let me get my note. And we're going to do... Let's do... Let me do this one. So, dude, what is up today? A lot of stuff ain't fucking loading right. This is memory is because I will close everything. All right, there you go. Everything's just loading. It's just taking a minute. All right, so I should have it here. Now it's here. Check that out. It didn't do it because I had to download it. So I'm gonna come here, right click, come here, paste. We'll do this one first because that's how we started. Right? You're gonna see it think. I messed up. I'm so sorry. So, I am so used to putting GPT OSS 20B that that's all I was, And when I came over here to try to kick this on, I kicked it off and it loaded. So I'm going to let this do its thing and then I'm going to close it and then I'm going to come over here and we'll do the 120. But that's basically it. It's just, these are my test questions. If you want to take a screenshot of that. I got 10 for work, 10 for business. And this is just, I said to even ChatGPT, I said, give me 10, good questions per area for me to test AI. So it gave me these generic, a lot of these questions I wouldn't even ask, and some of them don't even make sense. What is this of score? Yeah, that financing. A lot of this you need internet. But the cool part is once you get it working, and this is look, it's still loading. So when this drops to 0, this will kick off. Right now it's in a holding pattern. And look, there you go. So the gray is the thinking, and look, that little bit of thinking. And this is the 20B. Look how fast that is coming out. I wasn't going to do this, but I figure might as well since I have it. You get to see it in real time. This is, once again, 100% free. 41 tokens for a 20B model, right? Anything bigger than that will push into the RAM, right? And when it does that, that 41 drops to like 10 or even slower. I've seen it down to like 4. Like it's coming out like, what am I looking at? And that's the speed difference with the DDR3, which is only, 1333 megahertz. That's slow. You got a lot of cores to kind of balance it. And now we got a really powerful video card, and the video card's doing nothing. All right, so now That was a very fast. We can do one more, so you can, since it's loaded, we'll do that 750 credit card, score thing. And it's like your own personal Google. Look at that. No waiting. And it's fast. This is the quality level you're going to get on a paid version. It's not perfect, just like how it is on the paid one that I use. I yelled at mine today. I'm like, dude, what is wrong with you? And it's me. I forget that I'm still talking in the same, you know, terminal for a long time. And I'm thinking, well, you should have good context. It should take all this shit. But it doesn't. It really doesn't. So the first one was at 41.67. This one is at 40.98. It took 38 seconds to write all of this. That's including the thinking. And load duration, man, 511. That's a long time. That's that wait, man. That's that wait. You got, look how many tokens. The millisecond, I'm sorry, this was fast because that's in the milliseconds. I think the first load, yeah, look at that, 2 minutes, right? That's when it loaded for the first time. And then this one to answer, and then when it says, "Hey, answer it again," it came out like almost instantaneous. You know? Because the minute you start asking, the timer starts. So 2 minutes it took for it to finish. From the minute you said enter. So now we're going to go over here. And that's going to kick off this one with this model. I know when it's ready. Look at it already. It's done. Wow. It's super fast, man. Super fast. 21 tokens. That's something you got to think. That's a big difference, right? This should be a lot faster when you're just saying hello. So now it's loaded. I want to see how it is in the RAM. I just got to be careful how I'm asking. So I'm going to do OS Olama list. And then I'm going to put the run verbose. And then I'm going to copy it directly without messing it up because I already did. Copy, paste. It's already loaded. So now I'm going to ask the same question. I have to copy it again. Let's see how fast it pops. Because this one said 21.72. This might be the same. Nope. Look at that. 119. 119. That's fast. Right? So let's go here. I'm going to copy this, and we're going to go to Misty, which is this one. Oh, we can't use Misty because I need a larger brain. So this one, oh, that was the grading. What did it grade it on? You never give anybody an A, man. Look at it, it's a B. All right. So that's that one. Let's see what it says about this one. How come I don't have any music? What happened? No internet? Oh, the truth. Can't be. I'm streaming. It's pretty fast. Come on, man. All right. Dude, what the hell's up, dude? Huh. I can send, but I can't receive? What the fuck, dude? I don't know what the fuck's happening. So that's on, because I just. Well, this is local. I'm still streaming, because I can fucking see myself streaming. This is done. Right? That's still. Yeah, that's still streaming. Well, close all that shit. All right, well, shoot. I don't really need. Let me try this one. I just wanted it to grade it. I want the thinking too. All right. Dude, what? Everything is acting fucking weird. Either I clicked it or I didn't fucking click it. The hell? That is on. What happened? They fucking turned off the internet? The whole purpose of this whole video? Ah, man, it's not reliable over here. Look at that. No fucking service. How am I streaming out when I don't have fucking anything? Now I have it? Did it work now? Dude. This is fucking stream, right? Or is this fucking make believe? Where am I? This is still not working. So I'm going to click this, click that. No, it's not working. My streaming's working. This is nothing. Let's see. Dude, what is up? Excuse me, sir. Hmm. Did I spell it right? YouTube.com. Oh, there's another dot. Dude, ping google.com. Whoa. Ping YouTube. Fucking ping anything. What's a good ping? I might have a networking issue, but I'm still streaming. So fucking weird. This loaded fake. Has to be fake, because that's the reason. Fucking spelling. I am still streaming. It's fucking weird. Are you fucking serious? I'm sorry, I can't help you with that request. What the hell are you talking about? Did I see these before or no? Does this even work? That works. Can I click this? Did I download this? Tell me if I no internet. These are things I downloaded. Has to be, right? No. Downloaded. Maybe I did download this stuff. So again, how am I still fucking streaming? What a fucking bullshit answer. Sorry, I can't help you with that. How about you? I'm sorry that you're having issues with internet connectivity. If you can access. Bro. How am I streaming to the internet, but I cannot pull a website? That is not the same as no internet. What in the fucking... That is such a strange reply. Alright, so let's do a new one. Ask ChatGPT. So I can say, hey, you're on the internet, but you can only stream out, but you can't receive. See, sending, that's been consistent. I'm staring at a mobile that is showing what's happening, and I can't connect to the internet. I can stream But the only thing would be for me to reset the modem, but I kind of want to figure this out technically. So I'm going to see how my ChatGPT OSS 20B can handle this. And if you're out there and you got internet and you can see this video, then you can be like, oh, we can do this. Dude, I'm not getting any website. Nothing. So this is not right. This one I just did. My internet box is all lit up. Netflix is not working. GitHub. What is going on? Dude, I don't want to reboot. I'm curious right now. Like, why is this? Bro, I don't want to fuck with this because I'm already on. That's it. That's the wired. Dude, this is fucking strange. Dude. Look who's coming for the saving win right here. Yeah, that's it. That's what I did. Almost, but I didn't do no minus C though. Yeah, that should work. 8, 8, 8, 8. Oh, I timed out. That's zero connection. But how the fuck am I connected to YouTube? Alright, smarty. It's like, because you're an idiot. What happened? 100% fucking. Bro. Come on, ChatGPT. Be my savior. Well, how the fuck did that happen, though? Alright, give me a fucking solution here. Testing plane. So we wanna. Yeah, we could do telnet. I haven't done that in a minute. Oh. Yeah, I am in command. Yeah, it's not gonna do all that shit. Hmm. think I gave it already, that fucking timeout shit. Yeah, I did. Dude, what the fuck? Oh, I'll do that one. Oh, I fucking did it all in one shot. So that's disabled. Oh my goodness. It'll be like, you shouldn't have done it that way. What could have possibly fucking severed internet? I know, I threw it all in one fucking. This just gets you rolling. You gotta start from the beginning, man. Alright. We did that one. I freaked out. I said, what's up? And we're here now. Okay. So the error is probably. Yeah. So that's just a version. Alright. Quick, reliable DNS change. I think mine was Ethernet, not Wi-Fi, because I don't have Wi-Fi. Fucking connected. It's. Yeah, it's Ether. Not this one, because I didn't fucking. Well, can I turn that one on? See if it connects. Click this. Please don't ask me the password, because fucking A. Alright, it's connected, so I should have Wi-Fi. It could be just that one. Or I have to fucking reboot the whole thing, but how the hell am I having stream if I... And I think I choose using it. I already have that. Yeah, see, it's loading now. Or is it loading to fucking this one? Alright, let me see here. This will probably error if it has nothing. Or, yeah. So this is just loading this. Well, I'm going to have to reboot. So I'm going to turn off the stream and figure this shit out. And hopefully I can get back on the internet. Alright, thanks for watching. And don't forget to like and subscribe. Pray for me. Hopefully I get this back on. Alright, later.